Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Everyone doing?
My guests left. I'm happy.
Oh, yeah, that's what was happening. You had guests. I
Yeah.
love having guests, but yeah, after a while, you're like, okay, time to get back to my own house.
To my normal routine.
Yeah. All
Good
right.
guests, but glad to have quiet.
All right. Okay. Let me move this down.
A
Welcome,
lot of,
welcome.
lot of familiar faces.
I know. Let me s- close this up for a second. And yeah, here we go. I was I've been teaching a week from school for the first time in 2 years, and I'm really enjoying being home today for the Photoshop version. It's like, just dressing up to go outside. It's so different. I was not accustomed to it anymore, but I do enjoy interacting with people in person though, so that's good. It's just at first, I remember how hard it was when COVID started, how hard it was to learn to teach on Zoom and to be on Zoom and be recorded all the time. I'm letting people in as I chat. And then when we started teaching HyFlex, which is the half and half, that was really hard again, but finally I got accustomed to it. And then they started remodeling the school lab, so I had to go back to Zoom only. And now I'm starting HyFlex again, and it's like starting all over again. It's like you forget. It's just so much more work, right? And so exhausted this week, but I'll get there. By the time this class comes HyFlex in at the end of the month, I'll be all accustomed to HyFlex again. All right, here I'm going to the chat and I'm seeing quite a few people saying hello. So let's head over to the chat and do that too. Yay, good morning. There we go. All right, so let's see. Hi, Michael. Hi, Rebecca. Hi, Karen. Hi, Shamuel.
Hello.
Hi, Mary Ellen. Oh, thank you for responding. Hi, Jacob. Hi, Mo.
Hi.
Hi, Gerard. And
Hello.
hi, Sharon. Oh, and down there,
Hello.
hi, Patricia. Although, Patricia, you can't hear me yet. She's still connecting to audio. Hi, guys. All right. So how's it going? People doing a lot of good work on their Photoshop?
I had a problem with trying to use Bridge to do editing in RAW.
Okay.
I found a raw image of my images.
Okay.
I did open with RAW from Bridge, but then it opened in Photoshop instead.
And how do you know it was a raw image? Just to clarify, like,
It was a CR2.
and it opened in Photoshop?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
had I had the same experience, so I just did my work in Photoshop and posted.
That's interesting. Well, okay, so here, let me share my screen. That's weird. But Photoshop it advances all the time, and it might be that they have changed how it works. But if you click on any image, right, in Bridge, and right click and say open in Camera Raw, it would open in Camera Raw. For a raw photo, you were not supposed to do that. It was supposed to open straight into Raw. But say that the latest version of Bridge changed that, then you can always open in Camera Raw anything. Does that make sense?
Yeah. When I tried just open, it opened in Photoshop.
Yeah, so that's interesting because let me see. If I open this one, it's going into Camera Raw. So at least for a DNG, it's still going into Camera Raw. And I don't have a sample of CR2 right here with me to see if it's got to do with the CR2. CR2s are Canon camera. You
Right.
guys, for those of you who don't know, it's a RAW for Canon, and I don't have a CR2 example here. So go back and do just like we do with JPEGs. Go ahead and do a right click and open it in Camera Raw like that, and that should work. But I wonder why that changed. I'm gonna look into that. Let me take a note. That's because two of you guys saying the same thing. Yours was also with a CR2, Gerard?
Yeah, yeah.
That's
It
CR2 for both of you guys. I'm looking, I had my notepad right here and I've been moving
it
things
probably
around.
shouldn't have, but it did.
Mine did as
Well,
well.
yours also?
Yeah, and it's a TIFF.
Well, no, a TIFF is a TIFF. It has to be a raw file. A TIFF is not a raw file. So,
Okay, let's,
it,
so the photo was raw. And then I right clicked to edit with, oh, but I edit with Photoshop because there was no edit with raw from photos.
there was no open in camera. Oh, from photos. Yeah, no, you can't from photos.
I got to move it to Bridge.
From photos on a raw. We did it the other day. I thought I did it with you.
I
Let
think
me
it was
test
another
it.
class, a
Let me
previous.
test it. I'm gonna open the Photos app,
Uh-huh.
click on a raw. Here's raw files. Let me go raw, click, and edit with Photoshop. I wonder. I think last time we did that it opened in raw, but let me see. Hello. Nope, it opened straight in Photoshop. You're right. And it converts it into a TIFF, so that's different. I thought you said you'd opened a TIFF. Okay.
Maybe they don't have, maybe Bridge doesn't have as robust, you know, the editing tool isn't as good as Photoshop, so they just send you straight to Photoshop.
Well, no, 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 it's different. Let me clarify. It's got nothing to do with robust or not. The Camera Raw, it's ACR, Adobe Camera Raw, is is an engine of its own, separate, and it's embedded into Photoshop. It's embedded into Bridge. It's embedded into Lightroom. It's the same tool. So
Oh,
if you use Lightroom to process something, it's the same tool as Adobe Camera Raw that you can use in Bridge or you can use inside of Photoshop. But there's a difference with using it in Bridge than in using it in Photoshop. And so it's not exactly the same. And that's why open it in between or opening it inside of Photoshop is a bit different. And we'll talk a bit about those differences, but it is the same tool. So it would seem that, yeah, that to go from a raw, you would have to do an export unmodified original. And I'm talking just to people who use the Photos app, unmodified original, right? So I'm going to put these bell peppers and I'm going to export it as is. It's interesting because that's the XMP. Let me try that. And let me put it into the fall Photoshop class files, which meaning you won't have it there. I need to remember later that you don't have it there. So now here it appeared as a DNG. So this is what was in my Photos app. And so now when I double click on it now, if it's a DNG, it is opening in Camera Raw. And I came from Photos app. Okay. But what I don't know is why the CRNs now, and I'm really curious. That's now I need to do a search on that. CR2 not opening in raw in ACR from Bridge. Let's see if that's new. Can't read raw files in CR2 raw files in Bridge. Why is my CR2 file not opening? Why is camera not opening from Bridge? 2021. Let me just add 2025 because these questions are 20. Looks like it's a problem because it's showing up here as a,
At the top.
so camera requires a older bridge. Okay, I'll have to look into it. It needs a qualifying application. Oh, but these are saying Yeah, you have Photoshop. These are saying because they don't have Photoshop. They're trying to open it in Bridge without Photoshop. Bridge is part of Photoshop. Camera Raw is part of Photoshop that you can open through Bridge, but it is part of Photoshop, not really part of Bridge. So you need that. So that's not the issue. Well, they're just saying to go file open up in Camera Raw. Were you able to say file open in Camera Raw? Does it open then? That's three of you guys who said that. Rebecca, Gerard, and who else said that?
Mary Ellen.
Mary Ellen. Okay, have you tried to do a right click and open in Camera Raw? And does it open in Camera Raw?
Um,
How did you get it to Bridge again? I just wrote down to check the video.
Oh, in Photos, I'll do that. But Gerard and Mary Ellen, you're opening straight from Bridge. So in Photos app, just right click, not right click, go select it and go to File, Export, Unmodified Original
Okay.
with one
And then,
more. I'm gonna do it with this one. File, Export, Unmodified Original, and then you
Mhm.
put it, you say Export, and it says, where do you want to put it? And I chose the Fall Photoshop course, but you can put it somewhere in your computer,
got it.
and then you export it. Okay. But Mary Ellen and Gerard, I don't know where you're
Mhm.
trying to open it from.
Oh, no, I had already moved the file from a external storage onto Bridge. But I do see in Bridge, I'm in Mac, by the way.
Mhm.
If I go file, it'll say
Open it.
open in Camera Raw. So here, let me.
Okay, just
Um,
test it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay, it did that. It did that.
It opened.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. So I just have to be manual about it, I guess.
okay.
Mine
Which I
too.
don't know why. I'll look into it a bit deeper as to if there's a reason, if it's a glitch or if it's a feature. Sears to not open. I'm putting a.
Or
I
maybe
have CR2 images in my photos. I just don't have them in this computer. So I'll go check and see if it's a thing or if it's
what do you think it could be? Like maybe I accidentally double clicked it and that opened it to
no,
photo.
if it were just you, but if it's you and Mary Ellen saying the same thing, because Rebecca wasn't a CR2, Rebecca's was a
Orion photo.
photo issue, a Photos app issue, but Mary Ellen, yours is a CR2 that you're opening straight through Bridge, right?
yeah, and,
So there's two of you
well,
guys. It's
I think I know what I did wrong. I had it in Camera Raw and then I clicked open and it opened in Photoshop.
oh yeah, no, that's normal. That's what's supposed to happen. We didn't do that
Okay.
in class yet. Okay, but it did open in camera. Okay, so it's only Gerard then for whom, see when you start digging in. So it's only Gerard for whom double clicking a CR2 opens straight in Photoshop is what you're saying. Um, so no, regularly,
Yeah, but it must have been something I did because in the past I've been able to open it in Camera Raw in your
yeah,
early classes.
technically you should be able to double click, try it again, double click a CR2 and see if this time it opens in camera raw directly, which is what it should do. It's really, it should not
Oh, here we
bypass.
go. That time it did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it did. Okay, well then it was no one's problem. Now it went from three people to no one having the problem. So okay, I will not need to look into it.
mischief managed.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks you guys for pointing that out just in case it was an issue. I will now get rid of this one from here because you guys don't have it. And thus, I don't want to expect you all to have it. Let me put it in. I'm going to just drag it to downloads and leave it there, even though it's not downloads. Okay. All right. So let me give you guys the Padlet link. It's in the chat. Oh, where did my chat go? Close my chat inadvertently. Here we go. I put the Padlet link in the chat. There you are. And everyone, let's head over to the Padlet. And so I have a lot of you guys who worked on your own photo, on the class photo, that we did doing the homework. And then some of you guys posted doing the work with your own photos. So thank you for doing that. So here's the original image. This is Gerard. Okay, and so this is the Canon that you were talking about. Is this the one that you were talking
Yeah.
about? You did
Mhm.
the processing in RAW? No, you didn't do it in RAW. You did it with hue saturation. Okay. In
Yeah, that was the one that it opened into Photoshop and I just edit it the
Try
best.
opening the same one now, not the one that you already adjusted in Photoshop, but try opening the original Camera Raw one more time and see if it goes first to
Oh no, I did just a minute ago.
and it did. Okay.
Yeah.
So here you did hue saturation, guys. So this is what he chose the color of the green and changed that in Photoshop. So that's his assignment, his example. And then Mary Ellen did the same also in Photoshop. So there's no posts of you guys doing the homework in what did you change here? Hue saturation. You probably did the background. I can't really tell what you chose to do because I don't see any of these colors change. Maybe it's slightly shifted, so it's so slight that I can't tell. See how the slider here is moved a little bit to the right, but I can't tell which color was chosen. I think, because you didn't,
that wasn't the predominant colors one. The flowers,
oh,
the
here you
predominant
just did
color.
the regular. See, I can see the drop is in all the colors. So you moved all the colors to the right, giving it a bit more of a tone. Okay, got it. So yeah, and then the predominant colors would have been choosing one of these. Oh, this one isn't. See, this one is set up with this is called the original default colors, you know, red, green, blue, cyan, magenta. So these are the bright ones. So this is how hue saturation works as the original hue saturation. And then the use of the predominant colors is this one, where she went and chose. See how the colors now aren't those bright red, green, blue, red, but they're actually adjusted to the photos of her photo. And then she chose the green and shifted the green, and then she chose the purple and shifted the purple. Okay. So that was her work in Photoshop. And then did you have to adjust the range over here?
No,
Because the green is pretty much green and the purple is pretty much purple. Remember last time we were doing photos where there was purple in the red in the green and stuff like that. So we had to use adjusting the range down here. But in this case, it was very distinct. There was no green in these flowers and there's no purple in the greens. So just moving that around got her what she needed. You guys follow what I'm saying when I mean about adjusting the range? Was anyone not here last class or did not watch the recording? Anyone for whom what I'm saying, adjusting the range, you don't know what I'm talking about? Well, if anyone doesn't want to pipe up and you weren't here last week, watch the recording. Because we worked quite a bit with adjusting the range, okay? And I'm just saying because I know that a couple of you weren't here last week, in which case we did a lot of work beyond what we regularly do in hue saturation, okay? Oh, and here comes Barbara, who again, I believe was in, maybe she did last week do this. Okay. All right. So hopefully everyone got the Padlet to go to the Padlet link to go to Padlet. And in fact, Barbara won't have it. Hi, Barbara. Let me put the code again because whenever people first show up, the chat starts from scratch. So here I put the link for Padlet in there in the chat again so that everyone has it. And as we work today in class, please remind me, as Rebecca's always good at reminding me, but if she's not here, someone else has to remind me that that we need to put things in the chat. In the we had to put screenshots in the Padlet. Okay. All right. Welcome, welcome everyone. Back to Photoshop. Back to figuring things out that we need to do to photos to make them better. So, let me just stop this for a minute and talk with you guys for a sec. When you work with a photo in Photoshop for eons, we would just go straight to Photoshop and do whatever we needed to do it in Photoshop. And if you were a Lightroom user, you would go to Lightroom, which developed in a different way and completely different. But now I'm saying for many years now, I don't know, 5 years already. I don't know in my brain when this changed. No, much more than 5 years. It was definitely before COVID. So for many years now, Camera Raw has become a feature of Photoshop. Maybe 8 years, 9 years. I should find out when Camera Raw became a feature in Photoshop. And it's been getting better and better. It's got so many tools in one that the workflow in Camera Raw takes care of, if you start processing a photo in Camera Raw, it takes care of a lot of things without having to add just multiple layers in Photoshop. And then you keep going in Photoshop with the things that only Photoshop can do. That's been the workflow for the preferred workflow for a while. So what's the difference and what can you do in one or the other? Well, when you open up a photo in Camera Raw, and now it doesn't matter if it's a raw image or if it's a JPEG, you just say right click open with, and it be it JPEG, be it whatever it might be. You open it first in Camera Raw. It's kind of in this place where it's bridging. The word is kind of from bridge, and before you really get into the Photoshop tools. And you can do a lot of those things that are called corrections that are basic stuff that you don't want to go um, that you don't want to go back on, so to say, that you sure need to happen. Like the photo's crooked. It for sure
Right.
has to be straightened. Or here, let me let Moni in. Here we go. Okay. So for those of you who are regulars in my class, and thus even if they miss a class, they might not watch the recording. I just want to let you know that we did something in last week's Camera Raw class that I've never done in class before. We went and did some stuff with the color mixer and prominent colors and adjusting color point and things like that. So if you're one of those people who now and then listen in because you've been doing this a while, just know that last week's Camera Raw class addressed a completely different issue, and last week's Photoshop class addressed hue saturation in a different way where we added a lot of color range stuff. Just letting you know, because if you're someone who's taken these classes many times and then you miss half a class or something, I won't say that you need to go watch the recording necessarily. But I'm warning you guys who did miss the class that we did things that I haven't done before, so that if you want to, just so you know, it's there for you to learn that. Um, so um, so so we didn't do the basic stuff that we normally do in Camera Raw. And what's that basic stuff that I'm talking about? Well, when you first open a photo in Camera Raw, you can easily fix anything that has to do with light, exposure, color, um, straightening, that kind of stuff can be done if ahead of time in Camera Raw. And the better Camera Raw gets, they're making it more and more powerful. Before that was all you could do. Now there's a lot of masking you can do in Camera Raw. So what does that mean? In the past, you would be able to say, let me just open, I'm opening whatever, the first one that I'm coming across. So don't open. Just watch me for a second. This is like demo. In the past, you could use Camera Raw to, in general, lighten or darken or add some color to the whole thing. Uh, you might be able to, because of color tools, point to the green in this skirt and maybe change that green. But it wouldn't be able to
I
separate
can't
between the
see your
green.
screen.
Oh, thank you. I forgot that I wasn't sharing. Thanks for saying that. So I just opened a photo, any photo, and what I'm saying is just don't bother, just watch for a second. So whereas before you could have been able to do global corrections, like you could have made everything more saturated or everything darker or the exposure, or you could have done a general sky darker, but it would have infringed upon the house. Or you could have done a general green color fixing, as long as there was no other green that would have worked. But it was always general. What I mean general is not specific to a part of the whole image, which is one of Photoshop's main features, is that you can do specific parts. You can mask things out to be very, very specific. So if I zoom into this image, maybe right now, if I zoom into this image and I say I want to change the green colors, that's going to change at the same time as this changes. But if you change this, it's got so much cyan that the sky might also change, right? Because there's a lot of cyan in that green as opposed to this is very green. And there's some green in her dress right there as well. So if this and there's I'm seeing a little bit of green there on the roof of that house. So in the past, you wouldn't have been able to isolate any of that in Camera Raw. So you still needed to go straight into Photoshop to start doing everything that Photoshop does really well, which is isolate every little bit and piece. But now Camera Raw has some really good masking features, and that is what's new in Camera Raw, which has made it much more valuable. Where I could go in and I could mask her clothes. I don't think you could mask her clothes separately, this from that and this, but you could just say her clothes versus the green that's in a tree behind her, or her face versus the relatively similarly colored building that's behind her, right? There's things that now you can mask, and then you can say, well, I only want to change the her body and not the building. So all of that is available to us in Camera Raw. But once you're done working in Camera Raw, then you can head into Photoshop for other stuff that Photoshop can do. And so we're going to do that today with our images. I'm going to cancel and show you the workspace, the workflow a little bit more in that straight through direction as how we would work, even if it's not a RAW or a JPEG should be treated that way. Now, yes, masking in Photoshop is more accurate, but it's gotten to the point that the accuracy is the real accuracy is the only time you really need it. So say that I go in here, right? And I'm just showing this one. I'm not opening it yet. And you'll see that in Camera Raw, we can isolate all these people from each other and we can change their stuff. But say that I wanted to change her t-shirt, but not her shorts. Well, yeah, that's still Photoshop. Does that make sense? Because that's like too detailed versus just doing the entire thing in Photoshop where you need to select everything individually. You can do that in Camera Raw. Now, I keep saying that, oh, I didn't mean to stop that share. I apologize. I keep saying you can do that in Camera Raw versus in Photoshop as if Camera Raw wasn't part of Photoshop. But just so you know, sorry, I had to restart the share. I can open anything in Photoshop and then from inside of Photoshop also use Camera Raw. Okay. So you could be using Camera Raw inside of Photoshop as a filter, or you can use it before you get to Photoshop. It's just two different ways of working. Okay. But Camera Raw is available from both sides of the processing workflow now. So let's go ahead and work on, and I noticed Thomas isn't here today. He was in my summer class. He didn't join us here, but I have one of his photos here that he lent me a while ago to use in class. Right now I'm sorting by type, so you're seeing this JPEG there and this NEF there, but it's the same photo. So if instead of sorting by type, I sort by file name, then they're going to be next to each other. And these two are an example of, someone mentioned the other day that if your camera shoots at the same time, and by the way, I don't think iPhones or Androids do this. This is an actual DSLR. You can have your camera shoot both in RAW and in JPEG at the same time. Who asked me about that last week? Is it Gerard or?
No, somebody
I
did, but
did.
it was
Mike.
me.
Okay, Mike.
Yeah.
Mike, by the way, if you want me to call you Mike, which I know from the emails that you say Mike, you're welcome to here. I'll
Change
change
it.
Mike, just because otherwise I see the name written and after I say Michael, I go, oh shoot, he was Mike, but then I've already said Michael. So I just changed it to Mike. Yeah, people put the name you want to be called here in the the last name has to be whatever last name's in the roster, but the first name, put whatever you want to be called. That way you don't sound weird to be called. I've had a student, Jennifer, for years in my Zoom classes who showed up in my in-person class now, And when I asked the name for her name tag, she said Jenny. And I'm like, I've called you Jennifer forever. Why didn't you say you were Jenna? Everyone calls me Jenny. Why didn't you say that earlier? You've been Jennifer for me forever. You know how it's kind of weird to be called what you're not. So please put whatever name you want to be called in here so that it feels normal. Anyway, um, so now that I have, and let me hit the space bar. And when I hit the space bar is just to see it before opening it. When I hit the space bar, here's the JPEG version of this photo. And then when I go one arrow to the right, here's the camera raw version of that photo. So watch again. JPEG, camera raw. JPEG, not camera raw, raw file, right? Which one seems better off the top of your head? That one or this one? So let's say A
I don't see a difference.
or B.
The first
A.
one.
First one.
A or B. Yeah. So A,
A.
both of them look underexposed. I'm not saying that either one is correct, but of the two, A looks better, right?
Yeah.
What? A is the JPEG
JPEG.
and B is the camera raw. So remember, I was mentioning last time that off the top of like boom, straight out of the camera, JPEGs look better than raw files, right? So if you're about to like take a picture and then send it off without doing any post-processing or printing or whatever, you're better off with a JPEG. But if you're gonna be processing it, you're gonna be better off with the camera raw because the camera raw, the camera, the actual device that clicks, has not done any processing. Versus in a JPEG, that thing that clicks has processed the image before it saves it. And it adds a bit of a contrast, a bit of sharpness, a bit of warmth, a bit of this, a bit of that, and then that turns into your JPEG. So it's a bit more ready to go. You know, the camera's done those corrections without your control over it. But in doing that, it's also limited some of the stuff, especially in the highlights and the low lights and the intensity of the colors. So when you take a camera raw, when you take a raw image with your camera, you pretty much have to post process it. So if you're not willing to post process 200 photos of your vacation, then turn the feature of raw on and off. So that you only do the what you're looking at the gorgeous landscape. Definitely put on camera raw, but you're just shooting, you know, we're sitting at a cafe having a whatever, and I guess we're in Paris today again for some reason. I'm thinking of a Paris cafe. I have a bunch of friends right now that are in Paris, and they were sending some photos yesterday. So in my brain, I'm like, whenever I give examples, sometimes we're in Bangladesh. Right now, we're in Paris. So say that I'm with my friends, and we're just taking photos of us at the group, friends having, you know, we're gonna put it on send it to my family. We're gonna send it on social media. We're here at the cafe in Paris. It's never gonna be a photo, then sure, just switch to JPEG, right? Ready to go, much better photos. But if you think one of those might be a really nice portrait of a friend or something, then go back to camera. You need to consider your use of it. Other than that, shoot everything in camera raw and know that you need to do some post-processing on them. So anyway, so that's an example of two that are identical instant shot with the computer the camera put in the give me one of each versions at the exact same time. So we're going to go ahead and grab the NEF, which is the Nikon one, and we're going to process it in camera raw. So yeah, Rebecca?
I
So
was
my-
just wondering if they were shot at the same time, but I think you just answered that.
Yeah. The moment you click, the camera saves two versions, the JPEG and the camera raw. So they're identical. They're not similar, and that's why they're a bit different. The camera settings are the same. Nothing has changed. There's nothing. There's just click and two photos get saved. That's what cameras can do when but not phone. I don't think phones have that capability. Yes, Mike?
So how does HDR photos work? My camera will do an HDR. It takes three raw photos, processes, and the processed is a JPEG. Will that JPEG be able to be?
That it's a JPEG. So the HDR process, guys, is whenever you have extreme lighting, for example, this image, let's go ahead and open it while we're talking and I'll show you something with this image. So everyone, let's double click on Night Fisherman, Thomas Morse, and let's open it up. And so it's a Nikon NEF, which is a raw image. So it should open straight in Camera Raw. For anyone it doesn't open in Camera Raw, which would be strange, then do a right click and say open in Camera Raw. And then give me a yes when you have it open and running. All right. So whenever you have extreme lighting situations, like in this one, our human eyes adapt. If we were looking at this photo, our pupils would have expanded, we would have adjusted, and we'd probably see much more detail. We would see his body. Right now, if I look at his body, I'm seeing just kind of a black bunch of like a black shadow around a red shirt. You know what I mean? I don't see the back of his head. If you look at the mountains, I don't really see vegetation. I just see outline on the foreground ones. Um, and then I see a very faint kind of sky, right? Because the camera, our eyes would have seen that he was wearing, I don't know, pants and a cape or whatever he's wearing. Our eyes would have seen that, unless it's pitch dark, right? If it's pitch dark, our eyes can't do that. Um, but cameras can't do that. Cameras have a more limited range. You have to expose either to get a really nice sky, which is bright, or that light, which is very bright, you know? So you have to expose for that brightness and everything else goes dark, like in this photo. Or you have to open up your aperture, expose for the darkness, and then the bright gets blown out, right? So if you all look, for example, look at Patricia on the video right now. Patricia, can you wave like this so people know who I'm saying? Look at Patricia. See how she has a window behind her? See how that window is blown out? That's an example of we're seeing her face, so that's a blown out window. The camera can't give us a window where we see, I don't know if there's a curtain or not, but the outdoors is blown out, but we see her face. If instead the camera was showing us a nice outdoors sky, then her face would be a black spot in front of us. Does that make sense? So that's an example of lighting that cameras just can't do. So when you have the feature HDR on your phone turned on or on a DSLR turned on, so anyway, so the solution to that before a DSLR, before any of that, you would have to expose 3 times. You would bracket, right? You would expose for the dark, you would expose for the middle, you would expose for the light. You would do that physically with your hands. And then you would go to the dark room, you'd have 3 photos, and you'd do your best to process an image with, whatever you had. Then Photoshop came along and you were able to put those together. And I used to teach this. I would have you guys put 2 or 3 visitors together, stack them together in Photoshop and get the different, get the best sky, the best background, the best middle. And there still is that feature in Photoshop that you can do. But you could also choose to shoot your camera in HDR. HDR is a feature that allows you to the camera shoots 3 photos automatically. You don't know it. You click and that's it. And you keep clicking. But each time you click, the camera is shooting 3 photos in 3 different exposures. It's exposing for the dark, for the middle, and for the light. Does that make sense? It's called bracketing. And then the camera puts them all together and delivers you 1 photo. So it's all done in the camera. The camera's doing that. Got it? So you still get 1 photo when you're done, but it's been processed in a way that what you're getting is supposed to be the best of all worlds. Now, if you notice in Camera Raw, there's a feature here that says, there's a little thing here that says HDR. And when you click on that, I don't particularly like the solution that HDR here gives us sometimes. But in this case, what it's doing, it's brightening that even more, but it's lightening up the sky, but I don't see it doing anything to the dark. So I don't like what HDR is doing to this photo, but see how it's working on light. It didn't work on the dark. It only worked on the light. But that's an example. I do like what it did to the sky. It seems to look better, but I don't like what it did here. So it was what it's trying to do here is equalize that with that, and it looks even worse. I was kind of liking what it had this light before more than the other one. So even though the HDR is there, this is after the fact, and I don't really like what it did. So I just wanted to show you that if you have an image that has extremes of lighting, you might want to try this guy here to see if it works. So that's if I hover over that, it's called high dynamic range, right? And it just gives you an idea of brighter highlights, deeper shadows. It's not doing that for this image. So I'm going to turn that feature off, but you should always try it. Now the iPhone does that too, and I don't have the Photos app shared here. Let me share the Photos app as well. I guess I turned the photos off, did I?
Have too many.
Let me stop the share for a minute and add.
It's not in there either.
I don't know. I don't have the HDR turned on in this one. Okay, because this is my sample. So I'm not going to share because I don't have that feature. Okay, so back to sharing what I do have, which is this. Okay. So let's start what we would, that's just explaining a bit what happens to cameras and photos and stuff like that. And my solution, even if I have the HDR feature turned on in my phone, I still, because I'm an old timer photographer, and I still expose for different things. I still look at a moment where there's a bright sky in the front, and I just, even if it's with your phone, you guys, you can do that. You can touch the sky and the photo gets exposed for the sky. You touch the dark, the photo gets exposed for the dark. You touch the middle, it exposed for the middle. And then I put them, I still work with that in Photoshop. I like me doing it better than the HDR feature personally, but that's because up until now, I have not seen the phone do a better job than what I could do. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. So here we are, we have this image open in photo in ACR, which is Adobe Camera Raw. I just call it Camera Raw, but it's really Adobe Camera Raw, so ACR. So this is the basic workflow, is how it's designed over here. It tends to be the way that they suppose the most logical way to attack a photo in workflow mode. So last time we went straight to color, and all we did was work with color. So this time we're going to ignore that, and we're going to begin a little bit more typically, which is the first thing you're going to go do up here is you're going to see if you want to, well, first of all, I don't think I've talked to this group about the histogram. Most of you guys who are taking this class have been in one or another of my classes where I've talked about the histogram. Let me just do a brief showing of the histogram, and then after that, if you want more detail, let me know. Hold on, I'm seeing Barbara. Your hand's been up for a while. Yeah, Barbara?
I'm having trouble finding that file or that folder.
Does everyone have it?
Yes,
I got you guys. Okay, suddenly I thought, did I not give this to everyone? Did you download the class files? The 2025 class file? The fall 2025? You might be still working on the summer ones.
2025 classes.
Fall 2025.
Yeah, I've got how to use Photoshop and Diana shortcuts. And let's see,
Want to share your screen?
Photoshop.
Share your screen. I'll show you.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, because without the files can't work. I always change the photos from class to class. Some repeat, so you guys think that it's the same thing, but it's not. Oh, you use Camera Raw so differently than me.
I'm in Bridge, I think.
Yeah, you use Bridge very differently than me, so it's hard to.
I was trying to find the.
Those are not the photos that I have in today's. Those are definitely not the photos that I have in today's class. So you need to go and download. Did you go to your downloads folder to see if maybe you downloaded them but didn't drag them over here? You might have not. Go over here and
Oh, I need the.
you're on your desktop here. Can you go
Need
and
to move this there.
well,
Okay.
go over here to your over there to this one
Where are you?
over
Ah.
here. and click over there and then look at your downloads folder, or just close this up and look at your downloads folder. And then see if you have the fall that you're looking at your desktop. If you don't have them in your desktop, then you don't
There's downloads.
let's see if you already downloaded them. Look for fall 2025, and if not, you need to go and re-download them.
No, it's not in there.
Okay, so go and download the class files from
When did you put them on? When did you?
when class started.
Oh, this morning?
No. This class is 2 weeks now, so
Okay.
but that's true. The first day of class, you guys couldn't access your folders. So yeah, go back to the class files and download the new folder.
Okay, so I have to go into my,
Go to the Google Drive and download
yeah.
this-
Okay, thanks.
these classes folders. You're
I
working on the
got
summer ones.
to,
Yeah, whenever you take my classes repeatedly, you might see some overlap on photos that I didn't use last class. But I usually put more than we use, but then I replace the ones that we have used, and then I work on different ones. And then there's stuff that I know in particular I want to address. And so you always have to download the fresh.
I have so many Diana.
But I was gonna say, but then delete the old ones. Because
Yeah, I
many of
need
them
to.
overlap, and see, because these are not even your files and your photos, and you don't need them anymore after that. So just delete the ones from the last session, or otherwise your computer's gonna get clogged up with. These are
Yeah,
raw files. These are big files, right?
and most of mine are on external drive, so yeah, I
Yeah.
will. I'll have to clean
Go ahead
it.
and delete all the stuff from the past, or keep the ones that you've worked on that you want as examples. But if I put in 15 photos and we've worked on 4, get rid of the other 19, whatever.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
you're welcome.
I'll find it.
So, and by the way, I beg you, never, ever, ever, ever use one of the photos that I give you as sample photos as your own. For example, this one is a student, Thomas Morris, who lent me this photo. And he said it's fine to use it for class. He gave me some of his photos. He's a professional photographer. It would be horrible if suddenly he were to find someone submitting this photo into to a show or something. These are not your photos, okay? That's how kind of
Ooh,
should
that would be bad.
explain. Do not ever use someone else's photos, whose ever they are. I have to admit, I never bring my good photos here, because I have had something like that happen. I bring in, and plus normally we have to like fix photos, and so I'll bring photos that need to be fixed or worked on, but they're never like the best photos. But I beg of you to know that and to delete them from your computer once you're done. Okay. All right, so here we are in Camera Raw. And the first thing that's going to happen is that you're going to see at the very top, you're going to see this histogram. And what the histogram does is it shows you a little mountain, little mountains and valleys that represent the colors, the tones that exist in your imagery. So in this case, when there is something really tall, that means there's a lot of it, and really low, there's very little of it, right? So there's a lot there, very little of this, and very tall that. So what are these things? Look, as when I move my mouse over it, right in the middle, it's saying the word exposure down here. So every time I want to point to this, let me put a circle here as to what I mean that you need to look at. You need to look at there. There we go. So now when I work over here in this middle, it says exposure. When I go over here, it says shadows, and over here it says blacks. And then I go over here, it says highlights, and here it says white. Those blacks, shadows, exposure, which is this in between term, highlights and whites, are replicated over here under this feature called light. So it says exposure, highlights, shadows, whites, and blacks. You see that? There's also contrast in there. We'll talk about that later. So these are the areas of the image that you can manipulate with these sliders. So we have a ton of blacks. We have quite a few shadows. Not much. What is called exposure is really the middle tones, right? The in-betweens. And there's not much. Here it's either all light or all dark. Then there's a little bit of the in-between highlights, and then there's almost no real whites. And you go, what do you mean? Nope, that's not real white. That's just light-ish, but there's almost no whites. You see that? Now I'm gonna get rid of that. Sorry, I'm gonna get rid of that pink. Clear the drawing so that we can keep seeing well. But here we go. So now if I then obediently go down here and work on the exposure one, which is this middle one, if I move to the right or to the left, before you look at the image and what's happening in the image, just look at the histogram, please. And notice that if I move things to the right, look what happened to the histogram. All the stuff that used to be really dark is moving in and getting lighter. Does that make sense? And the stuff that was kind of light is now getting really bright. And it's true, there's no color now in the sky. And then if I go all the way to the left, then the stuff that was very light is moving over to be kind of middle grayish. And the stuff that was black is only getting even blacker. You see that? So we're moving. When you look at the histogram, you can see what's happening to the colors. And when you look at the image, you can kind of see that too. Now, suddenly you discover, wow, if I move this to the right, that guy has, you can see the basket, all the stuff that was pure black. It's there. It's in the image. The camera, a raw image with a good camera has a lot of range and it was captured. But this photo was exposed correctly, and I'm going to double click to bring it to the middle, for this not to blow out. Had this been exposed in such a way that this looked good, then this would have been just a white blast, kind of like Patricia's window. Like there would have been no coming back to that photo. Does that make sense? By exposing it this way, the sky isn't completely gone and the light isn't completely gone. And we can now work on these tones, but we would have to mask it to not blow that out. But if this had been photographed this way, then that's what would happen to that lamp, right? So you have to make a choice of what you're doing. By the way, this is also night fishing, just so you know, which is a type of fishing where they attract the animals with a light. And so then the fish swim up to the ocean, to the surface, because they see the light and then they capture them in these baskets. So it's also a night photo, even though it's probably dawn more than night. So the sky begins to look light. So now one thing I would really avoid doing is using this exposure, unless you are completely sure that you need to fix something everywhere. It's global. So everything is getting brighter. The moment everything gets brighter, even though a lot of it looks better, the stuff that was already too bright, it goes too bright. Okay. So instead, that's why we have these guys here, where we can go and in much more independently move the different choices. Let me first show you contrast. Contrast is also like exposure. It's a global choice, but it's global in a different way. This brightens everything. This darkens everything. The contrast, on the other hand, chooses, and if you go to the right, it adds contrast. If you go to the left, it decreases contrast. So if you go to the right, contrast means the difference between darks and lights. So if I go to the right, my lights get lighter and my darks get darker, which is the opposite of what I want, right? In this case, I don't want my darks to get darker and my lights to get lighter. It makes it even worse. If I go to the left, in this case, maybe it'll work. My dark stuff gets lighter, but my light stuff gets darker, which would seem ideal. See that by decreasing the contrast in this image, suddenly I am seeing the stuff much better, but I haven't lost the light and I haven't lost the sky. The only problem with doing this is that my image also becomes kind of flat, right? But that's the whole point. This is a dawn. There is very little light in the environment. And this is probably more accurate to the reality than anything else. There is not much contrast in very beginning dawn lighting. You know, have you been out when you can barely begin to see? So this might be more accurate. Doesn't make it a much more attractive photo to do that though, but it is more accurate. Maybe we can then do that and saturate the tones. But for now, let's bring it back to the middle. And instead of doing that, which evenly darkens and lightens at the same time, Let's instead use these four, where we might be able to choose to maybe lighten the highlights less proportionally than we lighten the shadows, because this is proportionally identical. So both of these are global. You can't choose how much you lighten or darken. Versus with this one and this one. So I can grab the shadows now. I'm going to go to the shadows, which is the midtones, which are almost non-existent in this image. And so basically I'm grabbing, not the middle ones are, if I grab this area, right, ramping them up and lighten them. Now I'm lightening a lot of this stuff that I was missing, but notice how I'm not losing all that contrast that I lost before when I had gotten and I'm still, I'm seeing this really well, but things aren't looking flat. Like when I went down here, this got lightened, but it also got pretty like there's a fog or a mist over everything. But if instead I lighten my shadows, I'm suddenly really liking this image. Like I can see the details in this whole image. Maybe it doesn't even need to be that bright because after all, it is dawn. It is, need to bring it down a bit. It isn't daylight. But I'm now not missing out on all the details. I can begin to see that there's some bushy kind of things on the bridges, and you see what I mean? Then I'll go, well, what do I want to do with my whites? This one here is highlights and this is whites. I have very little whites at all. So if I go to the whites, some of the stuff is changing, but for the most part, it's making my sky either go white or dark, but not much else is changing. If instead I go to these tones where there's more of them, which is the highlights, then I try to play with the highlights, then it's,
Hey, everyone.
what's that? Oh, someone's clicking on my recordings. Okay, so now see how the sky is changing, and I can darken it or I can lighten it. And that might not be what you want to do to the sky. It might be what you want to do to the sky, but you can't completely isolate it from other stuff that's happening, right? So if you bring the highlights down to make that sky not be so bright and to make the light not be so bright, then maybe you do need to bring the shadows up a little bit again. So see how when you move one, you have to move another, right? Then we go to the blacks, which before there were so many blacks, but now we discover that we have very few blacks going crazy left because we've moved the shadows over. So when we move the shadows over, the blacks moved in to take place, right? So maybe we don't need to adjust the blacks as much. Maybe bring it down a teensy bit because we might have lost some of those blacks. Okay, so we do that in a way that's very how do you call it? Intuitive. Just looking at it and saying, I like this better. But there is another feature here that is really helpful. And by the way, look at the difference between this before and after. Before and after. Just 3 little sliders in the end. I used nor 2 highlights and shadows. I haven't moved anything else in this image. Quite a difference, right? Pretty amazing. Just because I was able to target what was wrong and what was missing. Now, I don't have any really bright colors. Usually you want to have a more even histogram where things are even everywhere. But we do have a line here. It's not like there's nothing. That little line there, that green line is showing me because that's where it's concentrated in there. So the feature I'm talking about is these 2 little kind of teardrop things that are there. If I click on it to turn it on, see how a little white box turns on around it? And I'm going to click on this one to turn it on again for a little white box to turn around it. When you leave those turned on, those are protecting you from extremes. Now, this image is hard to go to the extremes. Some are, you can go to extremes much easier. But what an extreme is when, so let's go back, let's clean it all up. Let's double click on highlights. Let's double click on shadows. Let's bring it back to the middle. Okay. You want to see 0 everywhere. And with these 2 turned on, do you see how now we have some little blue pixels here and some red pixels there?
Mm-hmm.
So those are indicators that turned on. See, when I turn this one on, those blue lights appear, and when I turn this one on, the red ones appear. Those are indicators of clipped tones. Clipped means it's gone outside the range of detail. So what I mean by detail, black that doesn't have any detail left in it would be like a whole, like when this gets printed, black just goes flop all over, and all you see is black and there's no detail. You can't tell if there's a shirt or a pant or a jacket, or it's just pure black, no texture to that black. Same with white. When you have a white that's got these red pixels, meaning they're blown out, then you just see a bunch of white paper. There's no even ink on that paper. Like the photo gets printed with just all you see is the white that's in the bottom. There, no ink gets dropped in that area. So it's just paper white. That's what you want to avoid. You want to avoid clipped tones. You want to avoid the white with no detail or black with no detail. You want always want to have your black in a way that if you look at it, you could find some texture in it, something there, and the same with the white. So with these on, when you're making your corrections, you can notice that, whoops, if I go to the left, I'm just getting more black without detail. If I go to the right, I'm eliminating the black without detail. If I go with my whites to the left or to the right, whoa, now all my sky has gone white without detail. I went too far. Again, this image doesn't, there's others where the moment you move something to the way you want it, everything goes crazy. In this image, the solutions were pretty easy with, in the sense that very quickly by moving, lightening our shadows, we lost all that black without detail. So life is good. And then by moving our highlights to the left, we lost the white without detail there. Although it would make sense, and I'm going to say, if there's a little bit of white without detail left in there, because after all, yeah, that was a very bright light. So I don't want to darken the sky to the point that it looks weird. But this is a dawn image. It shouldn't be a very bright sky. So I can bring my highlights down quite a bit. And then I don't even have any white without detail there. And the sky is looking more like a dawn sky. Now I can still play around with colors and stuff. This is just image, just tonality, light. The light does nothing to do with color. Now, do you see the color better because we darken and lighten the color? Yeah, but we haven't worked with color yet. All we're doing is the exposure, okay? Any questions about this? Any notes or comments or things you might want to say about this at this point? Anything else you might want to just please keep trying. You might want to have it white. At the moment I try to move my whites to make things lighter though, boom, suddenly I'm getting, see, white, all those red pixels, and there are an indication that I probably should not be moving my whites over there. And I start moving my blacks over to the left. It's like, whoa, careful, you're black, you're losing your black. So it's a good, it's a good thing to have them on to just remind you not to go beyond beyond a certain point. So for me right now to fixing this, these are very extreme. Rarely do we have to go to these extremes, but remember this was a very extreme photo. So this little eyeball here lets me see the before and after. The before and after of this tool. Later we'll see the before and after of every other tool, but since that's the only thing we've done, this is good enough. Once you do other stuff, then you can see the before and after of each individual tool or the whole before and after of everything together. All right, any questions there?
I think it's important to know the timing, like you said, because it's dawn. Because your first thing is like, I want to see as much as I can see, but that might not be a great photo.
Yeah, if you, first of all, I wasn't there. I did not take this picture. Thomas was, but Thomas did tell me about it. But even then, you can look at the color sometimes and get some clues. There's pink clouds. So it's either sunlight or sunset, sunrise or sunset, right? There's pink clouds in the sky. That only happens at sunrise or sunset. Actually, now that I think about it, this could be very late in the sunset and he's out ready to start fishing. Or this could be he's coming back from fishing and it's dawn. I don't remember right now which one it was, to say the truth. But either way, the lighting isn't very different at that point. If the sun isn't hitting, if the sun is hitting there and it's sunset, then you'd still have that orange streaming light. But sometimes the sun is hidden behind mountains and you can see because of the clouds that it's sunset. And this could very well be sunset after the sun has already gone down. You know what I mean? But it could also be the light beginning to come up. Either way, you don't see that much at that point. So the sky shouldn't be too light just because of the color of the clouds. But it could be that the sun is still shining. It's just that this mountain is hiding. And so the sky should be bright and it's just beginning to be sunset. Then everything should be lighter. And since you don't know and you weren't there, all you can do is the post-processing portion, guys, is art. It's your interpretation of this image. So it's not right or wrong for you to want to make it lighter, Rebecca, as long as you can get it to not clip in one side or another. All, 15 of us or however many are here could have a different interpretation. I'm seeing 17 people. You could all have a different interpretation of this image and come up with a different solution. And that's why post-processing, there are certain things that are correct or incorrect, like black without detail or white without detail. That's a fact that I'll teach you, don't do that. But beyond that, you might want to make yours lighter or more contrasty or less contrasty or,
Everything but
make
what
it
I need.
brighter, less exposed, more exposed. And as long as we keep the stuff that needs to be correct, which is the extremes, then this one here is much more daylit kind of image, right? And is it wrong? Is it right? uh, who's to say? You weren't there, I wasn't there. So do whatever you like. Does that make sense, you guys?
I noticed auto has a lot of black.
Yeah, so then auto, and let me double click to get everything back to 0. One thing I didn't show you is auto. If you don't know even where to start with an image, you might want to click auto. But auto, what it does is it's the computer's interpretation of this image. And if you notice that when you click on auto, it's still left black without detail over here. You see that? So that auto isn't so correct as far as I'm concerned. And when I look, it went to the highlights, it went to the that's, but it darkened the blacks again. So if I can go to auto and go, well, let me fix that by bringing in the blacks a little bit so I don't have black without detail. See how over here, clipping looks like a line that goes boom, straight boom, up the side of the histogram. That's what clipping is. And the moment we bring it down to lose that, see how that line, just look at the histogram now, you guys. Don't look at the image, just look at the histogram. I'm going to go to the left and see that line that shot up. That is clipping. So even if this wasn't turned on and I just turned it off, even if I didn't see this, seeing that line shooting up, that means that I'm clipping my blacks. I should move them to the right until I don't see that clip line. When that happens, when I turn this on, then I will see that that's not working. There's another way to do that without turning that feature on. You can hold down your Option or Alt key, and then you can move this one around and it can show you when you got it so that it's not clipping. It shows you other tones in there, so it's a little bit different, but that's another way to use those without turning on these features. But while you're learning, turning those features on when you're not accustomed to looking at the histogram all the time, just keep them turned on so that there'll be a visual warning, and that's the easiest way to proceed, right? And to have a couple of blue dots here and there, just like a couple of red dots here, that's not horrible. That's just the deepest blacks of the image are black. And it's fine if the deepest shadow of something is a pure black line, as long as it's only that little line or a wrinkle, but not the whole piece. Does that make sense? So anyway, at this point, I've moved this around enough that if I'm happy with what I'm seeing, then maybe I'm ready to, oh, this was the auto base there. If you don't know where to start with an image, try the auto and see where it's going and go, okay, well, that's good. You'll find that in some pictures, it fixes it completely. And in other pictures, it has no idea what you're photographing and it looks horrible. It ruined your photo. Sometimes it's amazing, sometimes it's horrible. Give it a try and then go, I think I'll do it on my own, or start from there and then fix and change what you think might still need to be fixed. Like you'd rather it be a little bit more of this or a little bit more of that. At which point it stops being auto and it's you.
Is
Okay?
there a difference between auto RAW and JPEG?
No.
Oh,
Yeah, I was gonna say it always seemed to me that auto on RAW is oftentimes really close to the JPEG because I would many times shoot with, for both exposures, RAW and JPEG.
Yeah. Oh,
And
well, yeah. That is in that sense, yeah. I thought the question is, does it correct it differently if it's JPEG or RAW or because it's RAW
Probably
or
not.
RAW, which was I think what Rebecca asked, and I said no, but Gerard's point is very well taken. Remember I told you that the camera, when you shoot a picture, put some basic automatic processing onto your photo, and that's what a JPEG is. Well, that's what this auto is. It takes a RAW and it kind of gives it some automatic processing, and that might many times be similar to what JPEG would be. Does that make sense? Because it's the basic settings of what a camera would choose without being in context of the photo, not knowing if it's darker, lighter, this or that. It just looks at colors and it tries to give it a basic correctness, right? That's what the camera does to turn it into a JPEG. So it makes sense what Gerard says, that if you do that auto to a RAW, it will end up looking similar to what the camera pumped out as a JPEG. Does that make sense? And then you go from there and do whatever you want.
Diane?
But sometimes not. Sometimes the auto, there's some photos I demo sometimes where you click on auto and suddenly it's like, whoa, that thing got it really wrong. Especially if it's a very unique kind of lighting situation. It might just completely get it wrong. But you should try it first to see if it's a good place to start and then keep going. Now I didn't show you, but black and white, of course, would turn it all into black and white. Turn that off and it goes back to being color. But those are the three like automatic versions. And if you now click on HDR, you can see if there's anything there that you like now. And it's like, whoa, that still works. And you would think this photo would be perfect for HDR. That's what I mean. Some photos you would think are perfect for HDR because this one was the perfect example of extreme lighting, and yet it couldn't handle it, didn't do a good job. So sometimes auto does that. It gives you something really bizarre, like HDR is giving us on this one something really bizarre, right? So sometimes it hits and sometimes it doesn't. That's why we learn to move them ourselves and figure out what we want. So now, if this is what I decide, and I go to me before and after, and this is what hold on, where are we at? I'm going to bring the black stuff back a little bit back. There we go. If this is what you think is what you want, there's still more to be done to this image, and I can still work with color. I can still work with the sky. I can still work with a lot of other stuff. But if this is a good starting point, be aware that when I start changing a bunch of other stuff, I might need to come back here and then bring back down the highlights and raise the whites, because when I use the effects, I might affect, you know what I mean? It's always a back and forth. It's not like sealed, done, I'm done with light and I continue with the rest. Everything else we do will affect it in one way or another. That we need to come back and keep changing it. Okay. It's more like a balanced situation. Please give me a screenshot of this image now, with your basic lighting corrections and your histogram. And let's head over
Still trying to find them.
to Safari, where I already gave you the path, the chat, but I'm going to put the link once more in the chat in case someone else showed up a little bit later. And then we're going to put the ACR is Adobe Camera Raw,
I don't have it.
working with the light tools.
I'm missing the whole time looking for it. Okay. Class files.
Put it there. And
Photoshop.
keep an eye on the histogram to avoid clipping the blacks and the whites. If you turn on the clipping warnings, like teardrop shape,
Ah. Acrobat file.
uh,
Nope.
it will warn
Ah.
you by turning on red or blue pixels on the clipped areas.
I do not have that photo.
So there's mine. Use any other camera raw image that you have for this, and then maybe during break I can help you download the class files, because it is in the class file. If everyone has them, it's in the class file. Every now and then I'll put something in there to demo, like I did with the bell peppers, and then I'm like, whoa, you guys don't have it. But if it's in the class files, you should have it. So ask me during break, I'll help you download your class files, okay?
You talking to me?
Yeah, because you said you
Oh,
have,
thank you. Yeah, I've just gone through everything I have on you.
but
Yeah,
I didn't ask you to
history
go
from
for
when
everything
you
you
were
have.
born.
Barbara, I didn't ask you to go through everything you have. I haven't used this image in a while. It's been 5 years maybe since I've used this image in the class. So you need to go to download the class files again, is what I meant. Go to Google Drive, right click, download the 2025 class files. Okay. So go over
have
to
2025.
Photoshop shared drive and right click on the fall Photoshop class files and download them. And that's what you need to do to get the class files. Okay.
Fall 2025.
Got it, Barbara?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. I'm going there.
All right. So everyone, please post your choices. And as soon as I see everyone's choices posted, if you just give a quick gander at this line right here, you'll see that there's different decisions being made. Some are darker, some are lighter, some have a bit more pink, some have it less pink. It's because we're all doing, hopefully you're doing your own processing. Hopefully you're not looking at mine and imitating the choices. That is one thing I really want you to learn not to do. I don't want you to look at my choices and go, oh, she went +3. I'm going to go +3, or she went -11, or whatever it is that we go. Don't do that. In fact, I'm going to close that so you can't even.
Go to Google.
Whoa. Oh, that was a glitch. I can
Google.
screen just.
Blah.
My goal is not to teach you to make this photo as the same as me. My goal is to teach you to make your own choices about these photos. That's why I spent so much time showing you the tool instead of saying you lighten this to 20%, darken this to 8%. That wouldn't help you learn anything. Okay, so I want you to look at your own screen and make your own choices. All right. Now that I look at it again, I think I'm gonna work a little bit. Bring those whites down a bit. My highlights up.
Okay, wrong play.
Add a little bit of contrast. Maybe add a tad of contrast. Anyway, so I've had some fun with this. I'm done. And I'm going to move on to the color tab. And oh, because I think the last corrections I made were based on auto. So some color has already begun to be fixed. Let me actually undo that auto. Let me go back because I hadn't had any changes in color.
Diana, is there a history history tab here too?
No,
In
not again.
Camera Raw? Okay.
So I'm going to go back for a second because I didn't want any of the color to be affected. But since I started with auto when I was doing this second example, now I'm just basically going back to 0 and starting on this one again. I'm just going to move this over a little bit, maybe add the blacks a tad. right?
Doing this Photoshop. No.
Had, okay.
No.
And the reason I'm saying this is because I really wanted to show you independently what each thing does. And so when you click on auto, it changes light and color. So now I've got, now I'm back to a bit to,
What is my problem?
wait, to see a bit more. Okay, so I'm going to leave it there. Now let's head down to color. Oh, one thing I haven't shown you yet. Hold on. One thing I haven't shown you yet is over here where it says profile. So depending on the photograph you took and depending on the way you like to process your images, even before you get to light, you could have changed the color profile that your computer is using to automatically set all the colors in this. Adobe Color is the one that comes up, and each camera will set up their own choices of what it'll choose and what it'll do. And anyway, so these are the ones available to this photo. Adaptive Color is AI. And AI is your computer using artificial intelligence to choose which color settings it thinks are better for this image. And so when you turn on adaptive color, this is what the computer chose, which I think looks horrible, but you can give it more or less. And again, this is a very unique photo. It's not a traditional photo, so the computers have a harder time with it. But if I bring that down, then maybe I'm not so against it. But what's the point, right? We're going to talk more about that one, but see what it decided to do was horrible. By the way, I still have my light changes here, so maybe if I hadn't had that, let me put this back in Adobe Color for a second. Let me clear this back to 0 because I did it with my lighting choices already messed. So if I move this back to 0,
I don't have it.
now I tell it adaptive color, it might do a better job. So now this is what the computer decided without me having done anything. So again, it's another one of those auto choices. So and it does look much better now than it did before. For
Mhm.
some you need to have nothing happen. You're supposed to choose it before. Now that's pretty new to Camera Raw, the adaptive color. These are more fixed ones. So Adobe Color is what the photo came in. I can say Adobe Landscape, Adobe, no matter what I choose here, without my corrections, none of these make corrections of light, okay? These are all color-based, that if this image was more color correct already, you would see the differences. Now, since I had already had us do the light changes, so let me go back here, and I think my choices were somewhere. I'm throwing them out right now. I think I had a bit more of this, bit more of that. I don't remember. A little bit of that, a little bit of that. I'm just going really quickly to what I think I had. Now you'll see the difference between Adobe Landscape. Did you see a subtle change between color and the landscape? Everything got warmer. Can you tell? Now portrait, now it went flatter. You want less color on a photo. You want it to be less intense. Then Adobe Standard, then Adobe Vivid. Everything's going to go boing, a bit more neon-y. And those are for black and white. So between this one and the regular Adobe Color, see how it's going to go a bit flatter? So you can choose color. You can do things to your color with that first. Or before you do all of this, you could have done adaptive color. I'm going to sit with the one that it came, and I'm going to play with the color myself because I want to teach you guys how to use the tools beyond what the automatic things can do. Does that make sense? But they are there for you to try those first and then to keep correcting. But for now, I'm going to keep it in Adobe Color, and I'm going to keep the light choices that I had made, which I think somewhere around there. I haven't gone back to look at the details. And now I want us to open color. But later try it on your own before you do any of these changes to see if you like what adaptive color is doing. It's the latest Adobe tool that was artificial intelligence tool that was added to Camera Raw.
I did two screenshots and it found it really hard to tell the difference.
Mhm.
Remember how last week we did snapshots
Good idea.
image? So let's do that to start with. Let's just move only this. Let's just have the light there. Let's go do a snapshot, which is this feature that's here. It looks like a little stack of squares. Okay.
Oh, yeah,
Click on
fine.
snapshots. And let's make a snapshot of this photo with all we fixed is light and nothing else. So let's click on that and let's call this, I'm going to call this one light. And I'm going to say, okay. So those are my light settings.
Photoshop.
Later, we're going to change some other things and we can come back here and go, was it better or worse before we changed our light? Now, normally we would do this for things like, well, you're not sure if you want it darker or lighter or more color or less color. And you can just do a couple different features. Or this image doesn't lend itself to that, but sometimes we have images that we make something look like it's nighttime, daytime, in between. Like we do all these changes, and you can say you can save them all differently. But you'd have to have an image that is more adaptive to that. So now that when we're done with that and we made a snapshot, let's head all the way back to the edit tool at the very top so that we get
29.
our edits again. So what I'm, for those of you who've done this class with me before this, now I'm following the traditional workflow that I have covered in other classes. So if you want to on your own and you've moved forward, go and play with some of the others or go and work with the color mixer or the color grading. See if you can make this shirt into, you know, blue instead of red or whatever. Just play with the stuff that I taught you last week. For those of you who have done some of the basic stuff and need and want to move forward, so go see what the others do. But meanwhile, let me head over to color.
Hey, Diana, real quick, if you wanted to pull up
Yes,
your
29.
snapshots again, how do you do that? Is that Shift
You
S?
head over here.
Yeah.
This set of tools goes from basics to snapshots, basics, snapshots. Then we're going to get into masking and other stuff, but that's what this one is.
Okay. Thank you.
Basics again. Yeah, it's these tools here on the far right. All right, so let's open color. And once again, this is what the camera chose to do with the white balance, meaning it chose what it thought was the right color exposure for the light that it saw. That's what it says as shot. And you can say, well, what does the computer, this is like the computer, not like Photoshop now. You can click on that. And the computer thinks maybe it should be a little bit warmer. See how it goes from as shot to auto and makes it a bit warmer, which if this was sunset might make sense. But if it's sunrise, sunrise isn't as warm as sunset, I notice in my experience at least. So if this were sunset, that's a bit better. If this were sunrise, maybe that's a bit better. Again, your choice of how you want to process it. If we tell it it's daylight, then it makes it a bit bluer, warmer. It keeps daylight is very blue, right? So when you say it's daylight, the way to oppose a blue light is to make it warmer. So daylight made it even warmer. Cloudy is even bluer. So it makes it even warmer. Does that see what's happening? When I tell it that it's a bluer light, I tell it it's cloudy, which is a bluer light, and shade is the bluest of them all. It makes it the warmest of them all. So now we went from as shot, slowly warmer, to shade. Now you really see how much warmer it is. It was a gentle warmer, warmer, warmer on each one, but you really see it from as shot to shade. Now you look at it and go, whoa, this went orange. And it's been gently going warmer and warmer through all of those, but it's easy to notice when you jump from one to the next. And then you can go, no, it's, if this is sunrise, this makes more sense. But if this is sunset, this makes more sense. Which one do you want it to be? Because we were not there. We can only guess. Yes, Moni?
So mine only gives me 3 choices: as shot, auto, and custom.
Oh, you must be working on the JPEG then.
Oh, I am. Oh,
That's
shoot.
the only
Okay.
difference
Yep.
between, thanks for saying that. The only difference between a JPEG and an NEF and a RAW file is that in Bridge, is that when you open it, you get given less choices right there. You don't get given all those lighting choices. And that's why immediately what you said, well, you open the JPEG. which means your whites and your skies and your light had less flexibility than ours did. Because the place where you lose flexibility in a JPEG is because the whites are harder to manipulate and the darks are harder to manipulate because they've already been pre-clipped and you can't bring them back, which is why a RAW gives you a better solution after you're done. And the place where you can tell your words were exactly what led me to say, oh, it's a JPEG. It's because if this was JPEG, you'd only get two choices, that, and custom. Like you don't get another choice. Anyway, so say that you wanted it to be a bit warmer, but you don't need to do any of those. Those are presets. You can also look at these things and say, well, I want it warmer and add light to the right, makes it warmer, yellow to the right, makes it warmer, or make it bluer. So you move it to the left. So really what's moving there was this, okay, to make it bluer or yellower, which is basically like adding a filter. Those of you who are photographers, adding a warming filter to your camera or not, or something like that, which in the past we used to do. Now people tend to do it more post-processing. But so that's really what's happening there, okay? Now, let me go back to as shot. The other thing that's happening there is the tint. But this usually corrects type of lighting. This is the actual light temperature. This is the light that falls on the subject. So that tends to be, as I said, if it's tungsten, we went through this. If it's fluorescent, flash, what kind of lighting is there in the world that makes things? It's a temperature. This is the actual Kelvin temperature of light. Never mind. And you correct based on that. Those numbers are temperature and color of light. Let me go back to a shot. Versus this depends on, for example, tungsten is a very green light. Fluorescent is, I think it's more blue. Flash is blue. Fluorescent is red. So then the tint has to do with adding more red or more magenta, more green or more magenta into the image. See that? Now this one is these are usually minute adjustments and changes. You never would add a lot of any of these, right? Because you're doing huge changes. Go back to as shot. So from what's the norm, you might want to make it a little bit more one way or more the other if you're at some point looking to, because some photos come out tinted differently. So if you want to make it a little bit more, a little bit warmer, if you want to add a little bit warmth to that, you do that. Be careful because these are global. So if you're adding magenta because you like how it looks on the face, well, boom, the sky is also, the green is getting magenta. So just be careful to not move these too much because it's global. And while it might make sense for the sky to look a little bit pinker if it's sunrise, it doesn't make sense maybe for the face to be pinker. Maybe it does if the light supposedly is lighting you. Anyway, so just be careful with all these two top ones. So anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and make it warmer. For some reason, I want it to be warmer. So I went with shade. You make your own choices. Remember how I taught you last week to look at the white balance, right? So if you don't like any of these and you don't want to, let me go back to a shot, and you don't want to move it by hand, you can also choose this eyedropper and you can say, there's something here that's supposed to be white. Whoa, well, I don't see anything that's supposed to be white. And these don't count. These bright, out of, whoops, out of gamut whites don't count. See how it says the click area is too bright to set the white balance, right? You're not supposed to use, that's not considered white. It has to be something that's neutral. And I don't see any neutral white anywhere. You could also try for a neutral gray. I'm looking at this image as I don't know what might be a neutral gray. Maybe one of the rocks, but I don't know. If I click on it and try, yeah, that doesn't seem to change it too much. Versus if I told the computer, this is neutral gray, and I clicked on red, boom, suddenly to fix for that, it makes everything blue. If I tell the computer, this is neutral gray, and I click on green, then it makes it red because it's trying to counteract the green. A rock might be neutralish gray enough to call it a neutral gray, but notice that it's really hard to find an actual neutral. This is brown, it isn't really neutral. So anything you click on, it corrects for that. That doesn't mean that you can't try this and see if you find a set that you like better than any of the other choices. You're welcome to try that.
But to really be able to get a white balance based on neutral white, you need to have something that should have been white, like someone's t-shirt that should be white because it was a white t-shirt. You click on that, that might help. I'm going to go back to the basic. I'm going to use shade as my middle tone, although it's kind of yellowish. I might not so much yellow. Okay. Yes, Moni? Or was that the last question?
Sorry, that was the last question. Sorry about that.
All right, so now that we're here with color set, we have 2 more settings in color and then we're going to take our break. Vibrance and saturation. Saturation should be avoided when there's people in the picture because it makes skin colors turn orange. And I already made this a bit warmer. So if I were to saturate this image because I want more color, see how the skin is turning fluorescent. It's great. I extremely saturated, which is something we shouldn't do anyway. But if you look at the sky, you might go, ooh, I kind of like it to be more saturated, not this much. So how do we do saturation that's a bit more measured and balanced? Well, that's vibrance. Sometimes you need saturation. Sometimes it really needs to be saturated everywhere, but it's global. Everything is getting saturated, or everything is getting desaturated, like you're losing color to the point that you end up in actual black and white. But this isn't a good way to turn a photo into black and white. There's other tools that are much better for that. So if you're looking for black and white, don't just desaturate it. If on the other hand, you're looking for like an old-fashioned washed out photo, desaturation works. Double click and bring it back to the middle. Now, this is already, let me just go back to as shot so we can all have the same starting point. So if I go to vibrance as opposed to saturation, vibrance is a more intelligent saturation. It looks at the image and it goes, well, this is very saturated already. So I'm going to add less saturation to that. But this is very desaturated, so I'm going to add more saturation to that. So it's a graduated saturation. So when I move to the right, my green is going to become greener, but this isn't going to go wild like it happened with the saturation. Because saturation, everything got more saturated. So although the green got better, this is becoming like, don't look at me kind of color. So this avoids getting your red crazier, but it is giving more green to the greens back here. And it might get to the point that it gives more color to the sky, right? So you can choose to do that. But as usual, going too much is not ideal. But I'm going to move it up a little bit. Now, one of the negatives is that these mountains are suddenly turning blue. See that? But that we're going to see if we can fix some of that with the haze feature that we have in the bottom. So I'm going to add some saturation to this. But this is where I'm like, I wish I could mask this. I wish I could add saturation to the background, but not so much to him. He's darn saturated enough. So a bit of vibrance is good, but I'm going to stop there and then later see if I can add some more saturation independently to the background, which before you couldn't do. Now we can do some masking, and we're going to do masking when we come back from break. So that's where I'm going to leave it right now. Let me just show you now that you can turn on and off the things that we did with light and turn on and off the things that we did with color. And that's what I did with the color, and that's what I did with light, right? And I think I ended up going back to as shot. That's why, okay, I'm gonna make it a little bit warmer so there's a bit more difference.
Gotta be kidding.
So now that's what I did with color. And
I
that's what
found
I did-
him.
You found it? Okay,
I
good.
found him, yeah.
Good.
I
Good
don't know
times.
why. I just thank you.
I'll come. All right. So now we're gonna go and see where can I see the before and after of both at the same time, and then we're gonna do our break. So this is individual tool before and after, and then down here I took you last week. That first, like the first one you come across from the left, that's your before and after. So this is the whole before and after. Before completely before and after both light and color. Okay. So I'm thinking that it's looking much better already. To do this, you kind of need to now to get out of this, you need to go cycle 5 times. So this is the second click, and then this is the third click, and this is the fourth click, and then the 5th one brings you back to the after. All right. We're going to leave it right there. Let's just say done so everyone can see what done does. Let's go ahead and say done, which
Before you go, before
Yes.
we lose this,
I'm
I
sorry.
noticed on the top left-hand corner, is that vignette?
Yeah, no, yeah, but that's a problem. Either it's the thumb of the person who took the picture or it's vignetting from their lens. We're gonna figure out how to address that later. It's probably not lens vignetting or we would see it everywhere. We're gonna talk about that one. For now, we're not gonna lose this, guys. We're gonna say done and it's not losing it, and that's why I want to teach you about done. Done applies the changes, right? And so when I say done, if I go to bridge again now, this image now, this is the one I've been fixing. See how it looks fixed versus the one next to it is not? So that is the one that we just said done to. And when I want to continue, I'll just double click and open it up again and continue from there. And I haven't lost any of the changes I've made. You see that? So done is a good way to now seal these changes in and wait it out until we come back from break. Make sure if you haven't yet put your screenshot on to put a screenshot and put it in the post in the Padlet. And let me see, let's take our break. It's 10:41. So this were 10:40, that would be 55, 56, and it's about to change. So let's say be back at 10:47 a.m. Okay, see you guys in 15 minutes. All right, we're back. And thank you, by the way, Colette, for correcting me. I saw your correction. But this time I actually said it right. I did say 11:57, but then I typed the wrong number and I went and I never noticed until later that you had corrected it. So yeah, whenever I put a time in there, it's supposed to be helpful, but you should always do your own calculations because I'm not always putting it in there correctly. All right, welcome back. And yeah. So let me see. Have people been posting in the Padlet? Yep. Okay. I'm seeing people's Padlets, and if you guys go to the Padlet, you'll see that there's just you can look at it's quite different now by now with the colors. Look at the color changes as a group. Let me just share my screen. How we're all making different choices. Look at the more saturated sky, the less saturated sky, the yellower um, um, clouds or whatever, background, less black, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, people are making different choices there, and that's the whole point. Okay, head back to Photoshop, to Bridge, I'm sorry, and let's open it up again. Let's double click. Oh, and by the way, did you notice now that in Bridge, there's this little feature up there, the little slider icon telling me
Oh.
it's been processed, right? That's what that means, that it's been processed. It has had Photoshop Camera Raw processing. Now, when we said done, all we did is save it. And all those changes got saved, but they are non-destructive changes. They are changes that I can just go back, open it up like I'm doing right now. And I could, if I want, turn all these off again. And the photo would go back to being what it was. So none of this affects that original image is still there, waiting for me to keep processing it. Does that make sense? So let's spend a little bit more time on the other features that are the main ones. We're going to head down to effects, one right under color. And this is one where it's a good idea. Notice that up until now, I haven't said anything about how much we zoom in or out of the image because we're doing color and light. We need to see the whole thing. But once we get into effects, texture, clarity, dehaze, you might want to consider zooming in before you make any changes, because what you do from afar, because this is looking at it from afar, so to say, is going to look better than when you look at it up close. Let me show you what I mean by afar. Right down here, it's telling me that right now what I'm seeing is a 34% zoom of this image. If I want to see it at 100%, one quick idea is to just click on this little 100 there, and boom, now I get 100%. This is actually that image, matching pixel to pixel my screen to see it at the best of its ability to be shown.
That's really cool on an up close.
And my 100% might be different than yours. When you do 100%, you might be seeing more or less of him than I am, depending on the resolution of your screen. Because 100% depends on each person's computer screen. So you might be seeing, clipped straight into more of his face, or you might be actually seeing more of the mountains. It depends on your computer and my computer. If I want to move around, I can, depending if your mouse can do it, or you hold your space bar down and then you move around to see different parts and bits of the thing. And then I discover, oh, look at that. The way I had left it from afar, I thought I only had a little bit of black without detail, but I've got quite a bit of black without detail. So let me head back to the lights and just pull my blacks back a tad so that I don't have so much black without detail moving there. And it looks like it's not about my blacks. If I go too much high, then am I losing? So now I have to back out again. So how do I back out again? Go back to fit. What did I do to my blacks? I moved them from there to there. Is anything else being affected too much? Do I like what is happening? I'm thinking that might be, go to 100%. See what I mean? How you do other things and then you start noticing stuff that you hadn't noticed before. I should have taken you to 100% a bit earlier, but normally with color, we don't do that as much unless we're looking to make sure that things that are blowing up or getting too dark aren't being affected. So I'm going to work a little bit more on that to get less of that there. Now, let me see. one thing that's happening here in this image, and I don't know if it's because it was originally or if it's the changes I've been doing. Let me turn the color off. No, it wasn't because of the color. And it wasn't because of light. It was there in the image. There's something happening to this image that I would never have seen at that distance. This distance, everything is looking good. When I get to 100%, if I look over here, let me zoom in even more. Maybe you guys can see it if I go a bit more. So how do I go a bit more? I'm going to go here to the arrow next to the 100%. I'm going to go up to 400%, which isn't usually necessary, but I want to show you something in particular. I'm going to show you where it is, and then you'll see it under. You see that green line over the edge of the bamboo poles there? And over here, I see a magenta one. So there's a green one and a magenta one. And I first paid attention to it, where I first noticed it was here in the mountains. See that green line there? And then on the one side, it's magenta, and on one side, it's green. You see that? So that's something that it's called it's color fringing. And I'm going to show you the tool to get rid of it. Let me go back to 100%. I saw it at 100%, but it was harder to point it to you because see, it looks relatively subtle. You see that? I showed it to you at 400%. You could really see it, but this is at 100%. And already I could see it there, but I knew that it would be harder for some of you guys to see it. But now can you guys see it? Okay. And the only reason I noticed it was I went to 100% and I saw it here. This is where I first saw it. And I'm like, okay. And it's typical to have it in places like that, on the edges of things where there's a lot of light contrast. Okay. Now it's something that's produced by the camera. It's something that has, and see how it's not everywhere. It's in particular places, and in particular things. Again, lights and darks tend to have it. And so here there's the light bamboo and the darker bamboo and stuff like that. So there's a tool here where we're going to defringe that. And was it under the detail? No, where was it? Optics, defringe. There it is. So we're going to defringe. So head over, before we could do any other color or something, let's go and defringe that. So I'm going to close the effects for a second because that will affect it. So it was under optics because it's something that the lens did. And some lenses do it more and some do it less and some do it horribly. So when you go to optics, you might be seeing it closed up like this. Remove chromatic aberration is one of them. If you click on remove chromatic aberration and that works, then that's good enough. And I think that might have worked. I might not have to defringe. Look and see. Let me zoom in a bit more. Let me zoom into 400%. Remove chromatic aberrations, and it looks like it worked. You need to make sure it doesn't affect the rest of your colors too much. Let me turn that off otherwise. Use profile corrections. That didn't work. Or defringe. When you click on defringe, you open it up a bit more. And here you can specifically take care of the purples and the greens. You can specifically bring it down. You can click on sample the fringe. You turn this little eyeball on and you sample the tip of the fringe and see how that took care of most of that one. And you find one that's the most traditional one and you work on that. That said, now I'm going to go to this one. It's saying that it's not red enough, but it is. Okay. So I think that if remove chromatic aberrations work, then that's all we need to do. So let me click on remove chromatic aberrations and there you go. That fixed it. And that fixed it over here. So if I go over to the mountains, it'll have fixed it on the mountains too. No, it's still there on the mountains, but it's not so big. So now I maybe can go down, go over here to my green and bring it down a little bit there. But be careful because this is moving the green from the entire image. So it's not just working on the fringe. So if I say I do a ton over here to bring this green down, you might discover that the green of your trees suddenly is disappearing. Maybe you need to be careful with that. That's all. I'm not saying that it isn't. Nope, it isn't. In this case, the green over there doesn't seem to be affected, but like the green over here, look at this green there is disappearing. See that? That's kind of the green of the fringing. And when I move, I'm trying to get the green off of the mountain.
When
And when
would
I
you
move
ch-
that to 0, I don't know if you can tell that it's leaving that area. So you're affecting the greens everywhere. So you have to be careful of that. So I'm going to go back to wherever it was originally. And I'm just going to leave it at defringe. I'm going to go to 100% now so that I can really see it where it matters, which is at 100%, and see if it still bugs me. And I'm thinking at 100%, it's pretty much gone. All the places where I had it, around the hat, around the bamboo, around the areas where I was seeing it before, I'm not seeing it anymore. So even though I can see it a teensy bit there, I'm going to live with that. I'll just bring it a teeny bit down. But see, that's the thing that there happens to be the same color as that green. And that's what I meant that when I was, was going away. But if it's going away from there, it's probably going away from other colors, and you don't want your colors. So I'm just going to bring it down a bit. And I can live with it. At 100% is what matters. If at 100% I don't see the fringing, then I'm good with that. Okay. This is one that I haven't shown before either. So if people want to do a screenshot of the areas that had the color aberrations and do a screenshot of this tool, I'm going to go like this so you can see which tool I used, which is the optics tool. And I turned on the remove chromatic aberration, and then I went a little bit further with the green. Now let's post it up here. Some things I show when they appear in the photo and others not, and I haven't used this photo in a while for class, and so I haven't had to do a lot of defringing.
How important is that? Is it just if you're going to blow it up really large? Because we
You're
would.
going to see a whole, that thing that we saw at 100%, that's what you'll see. You'll see a green line on the edge or a red line on the edge. You will see that. So it's very important to get rid of that. Otherwise, yeah, the blown up photo will have a green line around the bamboo and a green or red halo on the mountains. I guess what I should do is show the before. Take a quick gander at, let me turn this off. And I'm going to zoom in to 400%. Let me go to one of the ones that had both colors. Here. One of the mountains had both colors, but this little bit has both colors. I think one of these mountains, I had one side had red, one side had green, but it's not so obvious. So I'm going to Pro of halos, is it S or AES? Halos.
That's it.
Long edges. Okay. Back to my bridge. Let me remove it again and go back to fit. Okay. So, and we wouldn't have discovered that if we hadn't gone to 100%. Okay, so it is very important to have 100%. And this is not going to be very popular. Let me turn off this eyedropper that I used here. But if you have a retina screen, this very high resolution screen, you might even go up to 200% because depending on your screen, and this is only for people who have a really high resolution screen, you will begin to see a bit of pixelation, but it gives you a bit of a better idea of what's happening. at 200%, but at a minimum, but most people 200% already begins to pixelate. At 100% is good. So then you look at the image at 100% when you're going to do any other changes, but then you need to drag it around, right? Because you don't want to leave it at only the little bit that you see. Because what, you know how if I had been just looking at this, I might have not seen that fringing when I got there. And I went, oh, there it is. And then I went up there. I said, oh, there it was, right? I might have not seen that if I hadn't panned around. You can't just stay in that little bit that's 100%. Yes, Moni?
Okay, so it all worked for me, and then I did the before and after view
Hmm.
and kind of went through, cycle through, and now I can't adjust it. So I don't know. I must have done something that is not now.
You can't go back to the after, or when you say you can't adjust it.
Right.
What can't you adjust? The defringe or the before and after?
I can't do the different defringe is not working. It keeps showing me like the before and after, or if I do the single view.
Share your screen because I don't know what can be happening. Go ahead and share your screen, please. This is an example why even if you've taken the class, depending on the photos that I show, there's no photo that has all the different problems, right? So that's why you want to be
Okay.
always checking. Okay.
So
So go ahead and click on remove chromatic aberrations, the
Okay.
top choice, and under here, let me,
that's okay.
Yeah.
That's probably what it is then. Okay.
now it worked. It's just
Okay.
works much better. And then if you still need to keep correcting a little bit, but there you go.
Okay. All right.
That's why sometimes I just need to see, because when what is being explained doesn't make sense to what I can understand, when
Yeah.
I see it, usually I go, oh, I know what's happening.
So when I was doing my own adjustments, I had changed my green, and now when I have the remove part, it's the green is not at the level that I had it.
So then go back up to the green and fix your greens. That's what I meant by as we change stuff, as we go down, we need to go see what happened to our initial choices, right? So yeah, this affects your greens. It doesn't just affect the halo, it affects all the greens, this correction, right? So now
Right.
you need to go back and go, well, maybe I need to go back to my greens and add more or less greens, more or less change my saturation because the greens everywhere have suddenly been lowered.
Okay, so my question is under the defringe, I had changed the green.
Bring it back up to the top and see how it looks. And if it looks fine, then leave it there or bring it a little bit lower. I had to go and lower it a tad,
Yeah.
a
So,
little bit more.
well, this was like, yeah. So I guess I'm not understanding when I'm having the remove, clicking it, great, that looks good. Does that mean that my color levels are correct? Or does it, because it's right in here is where I had done some.
There's a very specific tone of green. Let me share my screen.
Yeah.
There's a very specific tone of green and a very specific tone of purple that these halos look like. So it's very easy to target them.
Mhm.
And so the optics targets just those tones. See how
Right.
very tiny. This is a little bit like what we saw in the in the color mixer last week, or in the hue saturation that we targeted the range. So if you're thinking that it's targeting too much, but in this case, it so happened that in this photo, I had a very similar, see how that green, that is the one that's being targeted, which is the halo green, also shows up in this box.
Yeah.
So when I went down to get rid of the halo that I still see in the mountains, suddenly I lost the green in there. If I lost it there, I also lost it in any other place that green existed.
Okay.
Right? So it changed a bit the color of the water. So what you might want to do is maybe restrict it a little bit more. But were you here last week when we did the
Yes.
color range
Yeah.
restriction? Okay. So you might want to restrict it a tad more and see if that becomes a little bit more adjusted when you bring it down and you affect. So right now, look, I'm bringing the green down. I adjusted it to less. I'm bringing the green down a lot, and see how this green is not disappearing. It's
Yeah.
in it affecting that. So, you just play around with that kind of thing until you find the green that hits the actual halo.
Okay.
Doesn't affect everything else. So you kind of work around with that. And then you look at your photo and you just basically do this before and after. See this little eyedropper of just the optics. You go to 100%. You look at your sensitive areas, which in this case was the halos everywhere. The only halo that I see left is a little bit here. And I look at that area and that I know has that green. And then I do this on and off and I go, okay, do I like what happened here? And if you're happy with it and nothing seems to be a big problem,
Okay.
I have that long green line when I turn this off. There it is. There's the long green line. When I let go, it's gone. I'm like, okay, I'm happy with that. And I'm living with a little bit of the magenta fringe over there. Yep, that's still there. I'm seeing now. Bring it down a tad. But that's also the magenta fringe that when I tried to fix it with the eyedropper, it told me it wasn't sensitive enough. Right? So there's some of it that you just can't handle. And it's just an issue of the lens that was used and the timing of the day and the light and exposure. And you can correct for it a little bit, but after a while you got to go, well, that's the photo I have. It's much better. The ones that really bugged me were the ones that were outlining the mountains and these long lines along the raft. But if I really pay attention, look over there, 400%, I'm seeing that I still have some up there. I'm going to show you 100%, which isn't where we should look at it. But look, see how I still have some green over here?
Mhm.
There and there, I still have some of that green. But guess what? That's at 400%. And when I looked at it 100%, that's when I saw it's still there, but it's so subtle now. It isn't all my image that I'll be okay if that gets printed and I have a bit of green there. It might look like a reflection. I just didn't like that all these bamboo has that long line and that all my mountains had that big halo. As long as the big ones are gone, I can live with the rest of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whoops. And then before and after mode. Oh, that's why I was seeing it, because I was in before and after mode. In the after, I wasn't seeing it. Oh, okay. It's gone from there, yeah. Sorry, I didn't notice that I was in before and after mode and this top stuff was showing it and the bottom wasn't. And I was like, okay. No, now it's gone from everywhere. Okay, I don't have that. Phew, I was wondering, why did I still have that one so much? But no, it's because I was in the before after mode with that half light. So yeah, so there we go. So now let me go fit in screen again. Close my optics, and now I have my optics have been changed, my color has been changed, my light. So whenever I say an eyeball, that's where you see it. And see, if I were to turn this one on and off right now at fit, I don't see those halos. Had I kept correcting at fit mode, I wouldn't have ever noticed it, which is why you need to go to 100%. Always, 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 other than for light and exposure. So now I'm going to stay at 100% so that I can really see what's happening to my image. And I'm going to choose some in between area where I can see him. I can see some of the sky, the one that has some color. Later I can come back to see what's happening there. But for now, I'm going to try to see some of the background and some of the guy, maybe there, and then I'll move around before I open up the effects. Okay, so any other questions before we move on with effects?
Nope. Thank you.
Now this effects isn't effects like wild, filter, bizarre effects. This is called effects, and many times effects means that in programs. That's not what this effects is. This is a couple of features that might help highlight the texture. Clarity is something that gives something a much of a sharper kind of object to the edges, and then dehaze might help us with all of this very hazy mountains. It's very dehaze is very typical of landscape images. So in fact, since this one has a lot of haze, let's start with that one. Haze would be that kind of thing that as you go into the background, the landscape gets kind of hazy. So it affects the whole image though, and that's why you need to be careful. And again, we're going to see whether it's worth it affecting the whole image or doing this just to the masked area. But I'm going to go ahead and have us do it here. I'm going to grab dehaze and just move it to the right where I'm dehazing. And I'm going to dehaze, dehaze, dehaze like crazy. And all I'm asking you to do is to see what is happening to the image when you dehaze. Look at what's happening to the clipping lines. what area of the image seems to be affected? Let me back out so you can get a better idea. Now that I'm dehazing, I'm going to go back to the middle. Just, there's a great indicator there with those clip-in lines. Tell me what's happening to the image as I dehaze.
You're getting more blacks.
Everywhere?
Seems to be.
Okay.
Eh,
What do you guys, do you all agree with what she's
Or
I'm not
just
saying
on
I
the
played it
outline.
wrong.
On
Okay,
the
you're outlining me.
Yeah. It seems to be affecting the edges more. You see that? Because it's in the edges that a lot of these tools work, and especially clarity. Right now, without telling you what each one does, go to clarity and add clarity. And if you pay attention, suddenly there's kind of bigger halos around of softer halos, not line halos, but around the edges. You see that? And if you take away clarity, suddenly everything seems to have a little bit of a haze to it. If you go to dehaze, to the left, everything gets kind of misty, blurry. If you go to texture, everything is sharpening. So all three of these tools, for better, for worse, work on the definition of the image starting at the edges, because that's really where our eyes see a difference. If you separate one mountain from the other by highlighting that little bit of a difference, let me go back to 100%. Let me go to 400% for a second. If what you do is you highlight the difference between this image by changing the edge a bit, it'll separate itself from the other one, even if you don't change this. Does that make sense? So this is the edge of this mountain is what's going to be highlighted to separate itself from the other one. So say I go to the dehaze feature, and notice that's what's happening is the edge of the mountain is getting darker. See how, of course, everything is changing because I went to the real extremes, which we would never go. But I go to the extremes to show you. I always go to extremes. When you want to learn what a tool does, go to its extremes and then analyze it. And you see how suddenly there's like a black outline on the edge of this mountain that before the whole mountain was pretty much more even though it is actually a bit lighter here than there. It didn't have such a edges do have darker edges of things do have darker edges. This has a tiny darker edge than the outside, but now it's been intensified by this dehaze feature. See that? So now if you go to clarity, the same thing. What's being done is more of the pixels that are at the edges of things are being heightened in contrast in comparison to the others. But now that I went to clarity all the way to the right at 400%, you're seeing one thing that's bad is that all the image is getting all like crumbly, like full of dots. See that?
Mhm.
I'm intensifying this thing called noise, which is really not a good outcome. Right now, I'm forcing everything to the end to see what's happening, not because I think it's good. But if you have a lot of noise, this image has a lot of noise because it's an image taken in high ISO in the dark, you end up intensifying the noise. And if you're trying to bring up texture, which is going to look really good on his cape, is also going to look really bad on the sky. So again, I'm going to texture it to the ends of the earth, way at the top right. And now we have better texture on this. We discover it's a basket cape, but it also enhanced all that noise. So all of these tools enhance pixel against pixel. Sometimes the darker pixel gets darker, the lighter pixel gets lighter. So the whole thing becomes more contrasty internally at a pixel level. And sometimes it just targets the edges. And that's when, like, if I hover slightly still over this for a bit, I think the little tooltip is going to come out. I think a tooltip came up a little bit earlier. It's not doing it now. At some point I had the little explanation there, but if you see that little tooltip, you can distinguish one from the other. But anyway, but it's, so if I look at the texture only and I enhance texture, that's like, whoa, that looks really good. You know what I mean? I can really see the texture of that cape. That's wonderful. And if I look at that on his face, I discover that it isn't skin that's being heightened. it's these dots. So suddenly his face is full of these dots that aren't part of his skin. So you have to be careful at what you're enhancing. Okay. Now this is called, in the past, this used to be called grain. And in fact, there's a feature called grain to add grain to an image now. We don't want to add grain to an image at most. We want to take away grain from this image. The thing is that if you take away some of the grain, which is now called noise, and digital grain is called noise, you'd have to go down here to detail. And in detail, you could turn on denoise. Again, this is an AI application of denoise. This is new. Before you had to just do the sliders. Now the denoise. So I went to detail and I turned on the little check mark for denoise, and let's see how long it takes to denoise it. And many times it becomes, we'll see with AI what it does, but you have to hit the right combination of lightening the noise, but not softening the image to the point that it becomes really weird. So let's see what this AI denoise is going to do. All right. That's
Anna?
pretty.
Sorry, I just wanted to mention if you hover over the actual name of the item, that's when the little window pops up.
Oh, the name, not the triangle. Okay, thank you.
It turned his teeth red.
What's that?
It turned his teeth red.
Well, that's not turning his teeth red. That's the spots that were already red because it's clipped
Oh,
tone.
okay.
And we could fix that. We could clone in a bit of color in there or not, but for now it's the clipped highlights. But so this is the before of the denoise and after the denoise. And as far as I'm concerned, it looks like plastic. It looks too fake. I think somewhere in between might be better. Like clearly the noise has gone away in a big way. So it's done a great job. This is the mountains that before, look at how noisy they were. Let me look at it 100%, see if I like it. Because really you have to decide 100% if it looks too plasticky or not. Let me see. Before and after.
It kind of looks like he had his face done.
It's almost like a facelift, doesn't it? So here's the good news. You can reduce the amount. That's the 50%. You can make it even bigger, or you can make it even slower. So if the effect that the denoise calculated was 50%, now you can say, well, let's bring back some of that noise. It's a night photo. Noise is natural in it. And you want to get to the place where the skin doesn't look like it was made out of plastic. Many times denoising makes things look really like, yeah, plastic. So that helps. Now, this is the AI. Otherwise, we would have moved the sliders, but it's the same idea. So now that I've reduced some of the noise, let me go back up, say maybe just to 200% for a second. Now let's see if we back up to the effects. If I were to move the texture all the way to the right, does it make this better without making the whole thing too noisy? In fact, let's go to 50% on the denoise that the computer made for us, even if later we're going to back off. I really want to see, because that really has taken care of the noise is gone. Let me see now when I do texture all the way to the top, it allowed us to bring the texture up without making the mountains too noisy. That's pretty good. And is that making his skin look a little bit less plasticky again? Yeah, so by the way, I'm exaggerating. It's going really contrasty. That's just to see the texture. I'm going to back off. Oh, I had clarity on. That's why I was like, what's up with that? That seems so weird. I had moved the clarity up, and I don't know if I did that before or after the denoise. Had I left the clarity all the way up when I did the denoise? Okay. So now when you move the texture up a little bit and the clarity up a little bit, you're getting more contrast. I think I'm liking those two. And let me see what's happening to the dehaze. So the dehaze is still making everything get too intense. Let me go back to 100%. Sorry, to the fit-in screen. Haze is something that you're needing to look into the background. So maybe I can down the haze a little bit. But see, what was not black without detail, because haze is bringing up contrast. So it's making blacks blacker and whites whiter. So if I move this down, what's really happening is the black stuff of the edges is now coming without detail. You see that? So I might need to go back up to the light and bring the back down a teensy bit again. Or in this case, bring it up a little bit again so that I don't lose so much of that. Or bring down the dehaze, because I like what it's doing to the sky. See, before and after, I like what's happening to the sky with that dehaze, even though, now back to 200%. So no, I've got way too much going on with those blacks. I'm gonna bring the, see, yeah, too much. That dehaze is really messing up with my blacks, so I can't really see how much I can do before it starts ruining it. There. That's how much dehaze I can do, and I got to live with that, because otherwise I was beginning to have black without detail in too many parts of that. So you see how it's a back and forth, you guys? You make decisions for one area, and then you look at the other area, and then you make a decision for the other area, and you have to look at the first one. You want to make sure that you're kind of covering your the effects. So in this case, the dehaze, which I thought would be nice with these mountains, is affecting too much of the rest of the image. So now I'm going to show you the value of masking. So how about we take away the dehaze completely, bring it back to 0. And I'm going to go back to the denoise. And no, I like the effect of the denoise. I'm okay with denoise now that we added back some texture and some clarity to his face. I don't think it looks like it's plastic anymore. So now this is the before and after of my texture. See how I really like what's happening to his face and to the basket and to that stuff. And it's giving me a little bit of, little tiny bit more texture here on the plants and things like that. So it's just a tad of texture and clarity that have been heightened. Leaving it at the 50% denoise. But I didn't like what was happening with the dehaze. So now I'm going to leave the dehaze as a feature to apply just to the background and see if I can do that. I did not like the dehaze on the person. Does that make sense? So I'm going to show you now how we're going to do that masking. First, you do all of this to the entirety of the image, and then you go, well, that's better left for a certain part of the image, and that's what we're going to do with dehaze. We're going to leave it and just apply it to the background and see if we can get its effect without having it mess up the rest of the image. Okay. Any other questions before I move on to the next one? Moni, is your hand up from before, or is it a new
It's
question?
a new question.
Okay.
So when I was trying to do the under detail the denoise, I
Yeah.
don't have the option of putting in a number. If I click on denoise, it automatically starts.
Yeah, it automatically starts. When it's done, it gives you the slider, and this is where you go how much of that you
Okay.
want.
So
Okay.
mine is so slow that I think it would take a really, really long time to do. So
So don't do it for now. Later, when you're not on Zoom, then you can run it. These AI features really suck up your computing power. Okay. So yeah, make sure you have nothing else running on your computer but the basic stuff that we need. Make sure that you don't have a lot of other stuff, 20 tabs open on your on your internet and stuff like that. This is for everyone. I don't know what's happening with your computer, but just you guys, whenever you're using Photoshop, AI features, you got to make sure that you're just using Photoshop, well, and Bridge in this case, but you're also zooming, right? So things that might not work right now might work when you stop zooming, et cetera, et cetera. Because these features go online. The AI features, a lot of them work on features that uses the cloud. And so on Zoom, you're using a lot of the power just to be on Zoom. Okay.
yeah, this
So
is actually the first time I've ever had it where I wasn't really able to do something, and I did go and minimize everything. So I only have Photoshop open and Zoom, and I do have the internet open for the Padlet, but that's it. I have those three things,
Yep.
and
Yep.
it's still too slow.
There you go. The best you can do is maximize that. And then just the only other option right now is Zoom, right? So at some point, just back off on even Zoom and then try it again. And yeah, the more we advance with AI features, the more you're expected to have a computer that can handle them, right? So then without the AI feature though, you could still go to denoise and see down here, it says manual noise reduction. You could open that. And then you can just move these sliders yourself to get that done. For those of you who the denoise isn't going to work, say that when you're done you can't do it, then you always have the manual ones. And for now, if you want to not you stay and do the denoise, then just play around with them over here. Okay. That's been there since the beginning. This one is new. Okay. So I've been checking in on the people who are speaking, but I haven't checked in a lot on people who haven't been saying anything. So I haven't heard much from almost anyone. So Shamuel, Colette, Karen. Well, Colette, I see her face, and same with Karen, so I can kind of see if they're getting into trouble. But people that I don't see a lot, like Shamuel or Sharon or Jacob, whose monitors are off. How are you guys doing? Is everything good? Give me a yes if you're following. If you don't have questions, if life is good, give me a yes. If you're like, okay, I need some help with this or that, raise your hands or give me a no. You're all good? Gerard, okay. Looks like everyone's doing well. Okay. You guys, it's funny because on other classes, I'm constantly asking for feedback, but I kind of trust you guys since I've seen you quite a bit to tell me when you need something. But just in case, remember, let me know if there's something you want me to work on again or a little bit more intensely. Okay. So here we go. If we want to see the entire before and after now, we're getting to a place where we have lots. Oh, I had made a mess here with the before and after. This is when I didn't know that I was in before and after, and notice that my before and after now look the same. And I don't even, yeah, I messed up in my before and after, and now it's kind of turned into that it's not much of a before and after. I think I clicked one of these. I don't remember how to reset it. So I'm not going to do that because I don't want to mess up my choices right now. But at some point when I was talking, I wasn't aware that I was in the before and after mode. So both my before and after turned into the same thing. So I'm going to actually say done for a second to see if that fixes it. And when I come up again, see if I see.
I did the same thing, and when I clicked on that first
Yeah.
open box and dark box, it reset it. The one to the right.
Yeah, I just did, but it didn't.
It didn't do it for you?
Oh, now it'll switch it. There we go. Now I did. I was just doing that. Okay, so now I'm back in the before and after. Okay. Yeah, so anyway, so if you look at what we were where we were before and where we're now, we're doing pretty good, right? Pretty nice. Let me head back all five. Let me close the light. Let me close the and the last one here is vignette. And I think it was Sharon who asked me about, is this a vignette? A vignette that I choose to do would be on all four corners, like a vignette that's correct. So this is the effect looks like a vignette, but this is really a mistake, either because there was like the camera strap going in front or a thumb going in front of the lens, or the lens itself was a lens that has a failing in it and it created a vignette in there. This looks a bit more like a camera strap or something like that. Because a good vignette or a correct vignette actually encompasses all four. So if I were to, so this one we can fix with the correction tools, which is one thing I was going to teach you with that. But if we want to create our own vignette, here's the vignette tool, right? And the vignette tool comes as all these tools come as one-liners. Whenever you see a little triangle here, that means there's more. You can do more to the grain. You can do more to the vignette. You see that? Now, if you were to just use the vignette with the sliders closed like this, then boom, there's a black vignette onto the left and a white vignette to the right. And see how we're seeing all four corners get darker, all four corners get whiter to the point that our white feature is going crazy because, you know, we're bringing in white where we shouldn't, or we're bringing in black where we shouldn't. But notice that it's all four corners. If I want a more specific vignette, I don't think this image needs a vignette. Some images get really, really look much better when you do have a vignette. So the moment I move it a little bit in, so say that I move it to the left where it's a black vignette. I hate white vignettes. Unless you're trying to invent something that's looking like a flashback or an old-fashioned photo, I never ever use white vignettes, but that's a matter of taste. I always, if I use a vignette, it's a dark vignette. And I'm going to go really dark for a second, and I'm going to turn this feature off so that you can see a vignette itself without going black. When you go with a vignette, I'm going to go black, black, black. See how it creates four corners that are darker. I would never use a vignette like this. If I were to use a vignette at all, I would use just a really small one. And why would I use it? To help people focus their eyes on the important subject. And sometimes you have an image that has a lot of white, a lot of light colors to the edges, and people's eyes just flow out of the image and you want to bring them back in. So then putting a little vignette helps. This image is already naturally surrounded by a lot of black stuff or dark stuff surrounding the image. This image is an exact example of an image that is naturally vignetted. But to show you how a vignette works, let's add a really intense vignette here so that you can see what happens here. You can tell it that you want it to vignette color or to vignette highlights or to do like a color over. Highlight is the typical one that you want because what you're trying to avoid with the vignette is all that light that's flying outward. Your eyes are following the light. So you want to try to person who's watching the photo, bring their eyes back in. So you usually don't want that light. So that's a pretty typical setting for that. And then you can make it be, you can have it go even smaller or only the little corners. So this is how big you want it. Say that we have it really, really big vignette. Then you can choose the shape. Is it going to be rounder or square edges? See, there's a little square edge or a round edge. You can feather it more so it's a softer vignette or have it be a really sharp vignette. Okay. You can tell it to act more on the highlights or less on the highlights. So that's what's happening here. So I'm just showing it to you this dark so that you can see these changes because ideally, when you actually have a vignette that works, it's so subtle that you don't really see any of these details. So I'm going to have a vignette that's just the edges and that's pretty feathered. So it's very subtle. And yeah, I want it to be kind of roundish. And if that's the choices I make, now I'm going to bring it back out and then just barely. So if this is no vignette at 0, I'm going to just barely move it a little bit to the left. And if I were to put a vignette in here, that's about the most I'd want, where you cannot see that it's there. Now this already had, as I said, so I'm going to take it off. We're not going to leave a vignette on in here. But I just wanted to show you the kind of vignette that if I were to put any vignette in this image, it would be just a little subtle bit of vignette. I'm going to go back to 0 to not have it. So this looks like a vignette, but it's really not anywhere in the image. So that's a mistake. Does that make sense? Why, Sharon, when you asked me before, I said, well, that's not really a made vignette. That's just a flaw in the image. And it's looking like a vignette would look like if I made a dark vignette, meaning it's very obvious and very like it's clear that a vignette is there. It's not subtle. So that's the kind of vignette I wouldn't like when you can look at it and go, oh, there's a darker corner. That looks weird. It doesn't look like it belongs to the image. If I make a vignette, I want it to look like it belongs to the image. You know what I mean? So that we're going to fix with a tool a little bit later. I'll show you. We're going to do a remove tool. So for now, guys, in this image, I don't consider a vignette to be appropriate for it. Plus, it'll make it harder for us to fix that mistake. So if once we fix that, we decide that we want a vignette, we come back and add a vignette, then it should be a really subtle touch that you can barely see, not like that. Okay? So if you want to, go ahead and add a vignette to it and do a screenshot just so that you can see the vignette settings. And we're going to do that. But later, let's take it off because of that bad vignette, so to say. Oh, did I get rid of my texture? Oh, at some point I got rid of all my, God, what had I chosen? I think I had done only a little bit of each and no haze, no dehaze. I'm going to hope that that was what I had chosen. I'm going to live with that. And I'm going to add a bit of a vignette and I'm going to take a screenshot of this just so that you can see the full effect of all the features. And if I were to add, grain is adding grain, which is the opposite of denoising, which again, this image doesn't need, right? So I'm going to go and put that up here. Gonna effects tools, clarity. I added some texture and clarity. but I will wait to add haze until I can add it only to the sky / mountains area. Masking. I forgot, but first I went to the optics tool and took away the noise using the AI denoise tool. Otherwise, the texture and clarity were enhancing the grain and it looked bad, basically. So now there's my screenshot. Oh, and then I added a vignette. I added a temporary vignette that does not look good, but it's for just the example. Later, we took it off. Okay. Back to Photoshop. Let's take that vignette off. And here we go. All right. And that's it for effects right now. So I'm not going to go much further down this list right now because we've already used. We used, we had gone to, oh, what happened? I think when I went to defaults, I removed more than I think when I went and did that defaults thing. I had removed some of the changes I had made, and that's why I was, yeah, the denoise has gone away. It's when I did that thing here that I said, no, I don't want to go to the camera raw defaults that I had mentioned to someone. I didn't want to do that. And that's because this happened. I lost a lot of my original changes. So I have to do that again. So while this is happening, I want to let you know that I have a new baby. I bought a computer, a little baby computer. It's coming. I'll have it in 2 weeks. So then I'll be excited. But
What did you get?
I got a Mac Mini. I
Oh,
got a Mini. The Mac Minis right now are pretty amazing. And I was going to get a studio, but the studios haven't changed their technology in 2 years. And if I'm going to get a new computer, I wanted a newer one. So I'm going to save my money. I got a really nice Mac Mini, which costs like 1/3 of what a studio would cost. And I'm going to put that money on a nice new monitor and
Is that a laptop?
wait it out. What?
Is that a laptop, a Mac Mini?
No, a Mac Mini is a desktop, and the entire computer is a little box that looks like this. And it is so powerful. My son is doing all kinds of video editing on full-size project pictures. These things are, everyone's saying that Apple made a mistake because they want you to buy the studio, but they made the Mac Mini so powerful that people are like, I don't need the studio. I'm going to go for the Mac Mini, which is kind of what I did. And a lot of people are doing, waiting for the new studio to come out. And I've waited. My computer is basically dead. I've waited 2 years for this. So I'm like done.
They've changed the names of them. Is
Mac Mini has been
that
around.
one of those little boxes you hook to a TV or a monitor?
Your monitor, yeah. It's the entire computer is a little box, yeah. And it's
Okay, I have one of those hooked up to my TV. That's
Yeah.
how I got into Macs. A friend of mine gave me
an old
Oh,
Mac Mini. And it
yeah.
works. It's great. A lot of people use the old Mac Minis are great for handling all your TV settings. Yeah.
It might be an Apple TV Cube as well.
You might also have an Apple TV Cube, which is different. Yeah.
No,
But
I
a lot of
don't.
people do use Mac Minis for their computer settings. So maybe you have a Mac Mini, maybe you have a TV Cube. Yeah. Apple TV Cube. I don't know. All right. Karen, yes.
Yeah, on the Mac Mini, can you use like a PC monitor and keyboard?
Yeah.
Really?
The Mac Mini, like iMacs come with a screen, and the laptops come with a screen, of course. But if you buy a Mac Mini or a Studio, you need to buy your own monitor. and depends on how much you want to spend with the kind of, you know, what
But
you
does
get.
it have to, can it be a PC or does it have to be like
Yeah,
the
monitors
Apple
are
phone?
not PC or AC or BC or anything. Monitors are monitors, and they can be connected as long as you have the right adapters and connections to any computer. Now, how the quality of that monitor does matter, and Macs, when they give you a monitor, they're really high quality monitors. The Retina screens, the iPads, the phones, the laptops, the iMacs are very high quality monitors. So when you connect your Mac Mini to a monitor that's not very high quality, it might look like the computer's not so good, but it's just the quality of the monitor is not as good. But if you have a monitor that's really good, it's an amazing computer. So I'm actually going to put money. My good monitor is my iMac right now, and my secondary monitor isn't so good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have my secondary monitor still be my secondary monitor, and I'm going to spend money on a better monitor for my Mac Mini. But will it work with any monitor? Yes, of course. You'll just see it the quality that that monitor has. So you can spend $100 on a monitor or $10,000 a monitor. Somewhere in between, find your poison and choose the monitor that works. You know what I mean? If you go all the way up to buying the Apple display, the one that Apple sells you, that's $1,500 for the monitor. So let's say that between a basic $100 monitor and a $1,500 monitor, there's some really good stuff around the $600, which is more than I would have wanted to spend for a monitor. But since I'm spending much less on the Mac, I'm going to spend on a better monitor. And I might even go higher than that because I'm really spending much less on the Mac Mini than I expected to. And then that monitor will live with me, and I keep, whenever I want to upgrade to a studio, I'll still have a really good monitor, which is the pity that these iMacs that have great monitors stop working, and then you can't use them as monitors. I'm gonna try a workaround to see if I can use my old iMac as a monitor, but I'll tell you guys how that goes later. But for now, I'm not gonna buy a monitor. I'm gonna wait it out. When the Mac Mini comes, I'm gonna test it with what I have, and then when I see what I really need, then I'll see how much I'll spend on a monitor. Yeah, but yes, you can use any monitor.
Let us know if you figure out that workaround, because I never could.
Well, I looked it up online. I read about it. I finally decided to trust, and it's an app called Luna. I bought a dongle. I'll see. It's a way to convert your iMac into a second monitor. It doesn't work as a main monitor, but it works as a second monitor. As long as I put my images on it, that'll work, right? So I'll tell you when it arrives. But my Mac won't come for 2 weeks, and then I'll get the Luna. So I'll tell you towards the
LUNA.
what LUNA.
Thank you.
But I haven't tested. I'm not recommending it. I've just seen
Yeah,
a
but it's
ton
still
of
good to read
videos
about
about it, and I decided to give it a try. And it's about $90 or so. So I figured, hey, if it doesn't work, it's not a huge amount gone down the drain. So I'll test it out. Because that would be great. Because my 27-inch 5K Retina, the screen that I have on my iMac is wonderful. So I'd love to be able to keep that. You guys don't see this, but I have my second and third monitors, because I have three. I have another computer, are the old Apple Cinema displays. These things they're at least 15 years old, and they are still better quality than my $300 Asus. The Apple screens are really good, but they're not 4 or 5K, so they're still much better than any old regular monitor. And so I'm still using those with adapters, but they're not good enough to be my main monitor. So, for better or for worse, the Apple stuff really delivers, but they charge you for it, and it hurts the wallet, right? But then it lasts. I mean, I'm taking to school every day my 2012 laptop right now to work with. My 2012 laptop is still working, and that's what I'm going to school to do my HyFix classes with. And I'm using my 15-year-old Cinema Display Apple monitors as my second monitors, which is pretty amazing. I don't know that many other equipment would still be good looking and well working this time if it were the Apple stuff. So yeah, you get what you pay for. Okay. How are we doing with time? I'm gonna look at
It's noon.
okay, we're good. So it's noon. Thank you. I just had to, thanks. I had to uncover my calendar on top of all of this to see it. Okay. So, So I'm gonna go ahead and do some masking on this. There's some more stuff we could go over here, color and curving and stuff that we did last week. I'm not gonna cover right now. Let's go ahead and do some masking on this image inside of Camera Raw. So I'm gonna leave this basic set of tools, and over here on the left side, let's do a snapshot, by the way. Let's head over to the snapshots and let's do a new snapshot, like everything we've been doing. Let's click on that and let's call this one light, color, effects, optics. Basically, we did a bit of everything, and one more, detail. We used all of those. And normally I would be more specific as to what I'm trying to test, but right now for this class, what I tried to do is just show you the tools that we've been using. So this is the addition. So this is when we had only done light, and this is after all the rest, okay? So that's before, and this is now. That's what it was, and this is where I am now after all the other things that I've changed. Okay. You know what, guys? I just got a text from my son. He is heading off to work and is looking for something pretty urgently. Can I give you guys a little mini break, like a 2-minute break? I need to
Sure.
Always.
run into the house for a second because I know where the
Okay.
stuff is.
Sure.
He's desperate. So I'll be back in as soon as I can. Okay, just stay in earshot. Stay in earshot. I'll be back in a sec.
12.
Can I ask you guys? I forgot how to do the snapshot. Where do you do the snapshot?
12.
I don't know how to do it. I
It's
tried
on the
to do
right
it.
side.
Saturday is
On the
12.
right side, it looks like a stack of paper.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. September 15th. PS overview. P S O V E R V I E W. Starts 9/13. At 9 a.m. Ends 9:20.
Barbara, your mic's on.
Okay, I keep trying to get this a class in my phone, and I'm having a hard time.
All right, sorry about that. Thanks everyone for your patience. If you can stay an extra 5 minutes, I'll stay an extra 5 minutes. I don't want to make you stay if you're ready to go, but I'll stay at least answering questions. Yeah, it was my fault. I had moved some of stuff that was important to him because I was organizing a whole area and he couldn't find it and he was desperate, so found it for him. It's a problem with organizing. First it gets disorganized, right? Okay. Okay, so let's work on some camera raw masking. All right, so okay, so over here to the left, we had the basics, we had the snapshots, and then this little dotted area is the masking tool. So let's click on the masking tool. Now I've been showing this for the last year. Before this, the masking in Camera Raw was minimal, almost non-existent. Now, that's one of the huge changes that they made, is that they've actually created some really strong, powerful masking tools. You still have to go with automatic masking. You can't do your own. So if you don't like what they do, that's it. You have to go inside of Photoshop to do your own mask. But the automatic masking they have, as long as it chooses the right area, is pretty good. So I mentioned that I wanted to mask the sky and the background. Now, I'm not sure what it's going to choose as the background, and that's the part that you don't know. Subject pretty clearly is the person. The question is, are they going to consider it's the person and the bird, for example, or not? We'll see. Sky would just be the sky, which wouldn't help me with the mountains. If I say background, how much is going to be background? So let's try and see. First of all, let's see. I'm going to click subject and let's see what it considers subject. And so if you click on this thing, if you see this thing that says show overlay, if it's off, turn it on, and then you'll see, and what it's considering subject is the man, his boat, and they include the bottom of the lamp, but not the top of the lamp, nor the bird. So that's one choice. So now let's go ahead and back away for that, like reset the masks. Now let's see what it considers sky. And yep, clearly just the sky. Now let's back away and let's see what it considers background. And basically for background, it's including stuff that before it had considered subject. It's including parts of the bamboo. It's considering all the lamp. And in fact, some of the bamboo is going in and out. See how the red is covering that part of the bamboo, but not this part of the bamboo and not that part of the bamboo. So it's a little bit hit or miss. All right.
And mine's a little different.
Yeah, and each computer, exactly. Thanks for saying that. Each computer, these are happening, computers doing it, right? So your decision that your computer is making could be different than mine. There's a couple of other choices. There's landscape. Click on landscape, where maybe we can choose different areas. So sky, mountains, water, and natural ground. So maybe I'll choose sky and mountains. And that seems to be about what I was hoping to work with on haze. See that? It's pretty cool. Seems about right. I don't think I want to include water or natural ground as opposed to like the floor of a building or something like that. That's what it means by natural ground. Okay. I think sky and mountains are the area that were hazy that I'd like to see. Yeah. Now, do I want it to create two separate masks, or do I want it to make one mask that holds all of it? And do I want these little bits of trees not to be included, or do I want them to be included? I think I'm going to have to add that later. So in this case, see how it's missing a piece here and it's kind of in and out this piece here. I think that I don't want two different, maybe I do want two different ones. Let's say let we keep them as two, and see how here it says create two separate masks. I want one for the sky, one for the mountains. I kind of want the dehaze to work on everything. But on the other hand, I might want to make the sky have more color than the mountains. So it's a question of do I want 2 or 1? Let's go with 2 and let's see if we can apply dehaze just to the mountains and not affect the sky. We'll see. So let's say create, but have this checked so that it creates 2 separate masks. Let's say create to that. Cool. So now I have the sky mask up here and the mountains mask down here. See that? Now the sky looks good. I don't seem to have anything missing, but when I go to the mountains one, I'm missing some pieces. I'm missing this, I'm missing that. So I'm going to add a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to click on add. And it's going to let me select subject or sky or background, like one of the automatic ones that I don't want, or it's going to give me a brush to add some things that I want. See that? Like if I were to say add a subject, it might add the person to this mask, but I don't want any of that. So let's see if I can get what I want with a brush. And this is as good as it gets with masking in Camera Raw. We can brush over something if it's very easy to brush, which in this case it seems like it would be. So let's choose a brush. And now I'm going to zoom in, Command plus plus plus. And I'm going to brush over this bit that was missing. You see what I mean? And it's being added, so it's not very accurate, but it's accurate enough. And then I'm going to hold space bar and I'm going to go over here and I'm going to add these little bits. Now, I need to make it smaller and I'm making it bigger or smaller with my my bracket keys. The bracket keys are on the keyboard. And if you look at the letter P, to the right of the letter P, there's the bracket keys. Okay. So one of them makes it bigger, one of them makes it smaller. So if I tap on the first one, it makes it smaller. If I tap on the second one, it makes it bigger. So go ahead and we're going to add with a smaller key. I'm going to add the things that we're missing, just a little bit. And then I'm going to take off what I don't want because here some of this basket has been chosen and I don't want it. So I'm going to go to subtract brush and I'm going to not add these bits and pieces. So hopefully this stuff doesn't get, I don't know if we might need to add it over here in this bit because what's behind is going to look different. We'll see. I'm not sure about this because it's transparenting what's in the background. So this net, do I want it to look like it looks through the net now? Or do I want it to look like it will, like the rest will? Maybe I'll put it over. I'll let this bit here look the way it looks there. And then this will let it look here. I don't know. We'll see. I did a little bit of each and then we'll see how it looks. I can change that later if I prefer. So basically I'm adding or taking away by adding or taking away that brush. So now if I look out, I have all my mountains selected. So I'm going to go back to, there's going to be a problem with these brushes. You'll see later, but it's okay. We'll see. Okay, so I'm going to click on mountains. Yeah, I don't think these brushes are going to work. Can we join them? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Deanna, just FYI, my laptop is like so slow. So I'm like, I'm not able to catch up with, because this masking takes.
Yeah. Again, these are tools that appeared in the last year, and these are the tools that are awesome, but they are taking a lot more energy, so to say, from the computer. So it's okay. Just hang in there until one basic mask gets made. You don't need to worry about all of the masks getting made, right? And then we'll make it work. So let me just show you what these brushes are going to do. Each one of these is considered a separate mask. So if I want all of them to be affected at the same way, I need to join them to the mountains mask. I'm kind of torn because I'm showing you masking here without having shown this group, at least, the basic masking in Photoshop. So hopefully you'll understand what's happening, even though I haven't done the basic masking class. But maybe what I should do is just not join these brushes and let it be what it is for now. Now I'm torn. For those of you who this is comfortable for you, what I want you to do is we need to merge these and to come in one mask only. You know what I mean? No, you don't. Yeah, I thought that might be a problem. Let's do this. Let's get rid of these 3 brushes. I'll show them to you later. These brushes are the oldest type of masking you could do, which is pretty limited. Let's do this. Head over here to where it says brush, click on these little 3 dots, and let's delete brush 1. I'll show you how to deal with brushes later. Go to if you did 2 or 3, let's delete. I did 3 of them. Let's delete them. Let's just stay with the mountains, which is the mask that got made for us to start with. Are you okay with that? Tell me when everyone has a sky and a mountains mask, the 2 that we asked them to make. When you're there, and I'm gonna make this a little bigger. When you're there, give me a yes.
No, not really. I have a mountain, but not a sky.
Okay, so let me actually let me create, I'm starting from 0 again. When we went over here and we clicked on landscape, it gave me a choice of sky or mountains. I clicked on both. And thus it created 2 masks. And I said create. Maybe it would have been easier to create only one at a time to teach you guys about masking. Let's all do that just to make it cleaner and clearer. Everyone go over here to this back arrow on the create new mask. Say back and back until you're left with no masks. And let's just do it one at a time. I haven't really done masking in RAW with you guys enough. And I kind of jumped in on it as if I had done it with you guys and I was getting already a bit more complicated. Let's just do a basic mask. So is everyone, give me a yes. I've cleared your feedback in case you've already said yes. Give me a yes if you're back to having no mask. And when you go to masking, you're at the create mask and you don't have any mask set up. Give me a yes. We're starting from scratch on masking again, and we're going to just make one mask and it'll be the mask that comes out. Okay, I'm seeing yeses almost everywhere. Mary Ellen? I'm not seeing your answer. You got it.
Yes.
Good. So let me clear your feedback and let's do one mask. The only one we're going to do is the mountain. So let's click on landscape and click on mountains. That's it. And we're going to live with what it gives us and say create. All right, so now we have one mask. What this means is that all the changes I make now, as you see, to light and exposure and point color and effects, curve and detail, same ones that we had before. And I'm going to close all of this. These are not all the 80, we had like 12 choices or so that we could make before. Now within masking, these are the only choices you can make. But the one I wanted was the dehaze, and it's under effect. So it is one of the changes I can make, and it's going to make it only to the area that's red. But it's hard to see the changes if the area is red. So now that I've looked at the area that's masked and I agree with it, now I can turn off the show the overlay so that I can see my area. And now I'm going to go to effects and I'm going to see what happens if I dehaze just my mountains and see how, and I'm going to do it really extreme. See that whatever is happening only to the area that was masked. Does that make sense? So now I'm going to dehaze. And then maybe I want to lighten or darken. Maybe I want to change the exposure. I mean, there's things you can do to it, right? Everything we've been done before. Maybe you want to go to color and make them a little bit less blue. So I'm taking a lot of the blue out and see how now they're looking better. I'm going to saturate a little bit. But now the more changes I make, the more I'm seeing that those little tips that were left out are not changing, you know, those teensy little tips, but that's okay for now. I don't care. It's just showing you how I was able to change the mountains. Get a little bit more texture, get a bit of clarity. Now notice that the more changes I make, look at this little halo that's appearing around the edges of the mask. That's the mask feathering. You see that? And if you remember, this is the edge of the mask, and that's the edge of the mask. And for the mask not to be too sharp, it got kind of feathered. But now that I'm making a lot of changes, that feathering is becoming more obvious. You see that? So there's the good and the bad of the masks in Camera Raw. And the fact that I can't necessarily touch the parts that aren't masked, but that's okay. This is the before and after. Oh no, that's the before and after of just the here. Here's the before and after of this mask. That's how it was. This is how it is now. And you can go, oh, I liked it much better before. It looked more natural, or I like it better now. I don't know. It's a choice. I'm saying the areas that are fuzzy, it's because it's where the mask isn't covering. But might want to back off and say, no, I don't want to dehaze that much. It makes sense. I just don't want it to be looking so blue. What I really don't like is this halo, like weird halo around the cape. But again, that's why some Photoshop might be a better place to mask this, but, or we need to add a brush. But other than that, this is as good as it's going to get right now, which is pretty good. You could never do something like that before in Camera Raw. If everyone got to a place that they're okay-ish with, now I'm going to attempt to show you the brush feature. So who's good? Give me a yes if you got to something with those mountains that you think might be better than before. Turn this eyeball on and off and see if you like it. I think that the blue is a bit distracting, although it's natural. Our eyes do see blue, but our camera sees even more blue. I might have gone a little bit overboard, but what I want to show you now is how to fix this mask to the extent that you can fix it in Camera Raw, which isn't anywhere near as much as you could fix it in Photoshop, but okay, you got a yes for me there.
No.
Patricia, Shamuel, Sharon, everyone said yes. Okay, good. Let me clear your answers. Now, let's turn on the overlay again and see what I mean. These little bits hadn't been added and this hadn't been added. So when you look at the changes, those are kind of sticking out. That becomes the area where you have that halo. And that's because the mask is kind of feathered. So let's show it so that we can see better. Now I'm going to zoom in, Command +++, or you can go over here to zoom in. I'm at I came up to 100%. And now I'm going to do the add a brush part. I'm going to go to add. And I'm going to go to brush. Add brush. And now I'm going to add these little pieces. That we're missing just a little bit. And it's all the same brush. So now we're going to add only one brush, not like before. We're going to add, make it a little bit bigger. Cover this. And I'm not going to worry too much about the stuff that's in or out of that basket. I just wanted those two pieces that were bugging me. Now, I could attempt to go a bit closer to the edge here to get rid of some of that halo and add it to this mask. But you got to be careful to not go too far. And just do a little bit more there. This halo is the one that was bugging me. But I have to be careful. I'm not sure. It's, as I said, it's a very subtle. I don't know. You can do too much about this in See, I went overboard, so Command Z to undo that. Okay. So if I managed to add stuff that I want to it, now I have to join these two. So that, because otherwise I have to do the same choices now to this brush that I did before, and I don't want that. So I'm going to join them. So I'm going to click on this brush. I'm going to go to the three little dots, and I'm going to say intersect this mask with the landscape mask that I had made. The mountains one. Oh, shoot. I'm not sure I'm going to have to make the changes again. Let me see. That's why we should have done it earlier. I say create. So now it's given me the mountains too, and these individual ones. So we should have done it earlier versus now. Oh well. It didn't. Intersect was not what we needed to do. Let's backtrack. Can we do Command Z to get rid of that? It wasn't intersect. It was. No, I don't want to intersect. Intersect is the other way around. It's to get rid of, it's add, and it doesn't let me add. So here's the thing. What we need to do this brush, we need to give it the same changes. So if in mountains, we had given it those adds. Oh, it did it. Oh, I was wrong. Wow. That's my alarm saying that we have 15 minutes left, but since I ate up 5 minutes, I'm going to do it. So here's what's happening. The mountains one has our changes that we did before, right? I did text clarity dehaze. That's the changes I made on the mountains. When I go to my brush, if I go to text clarity dehaze, it adopted those. And this is the part that I wasn't sure if it would do that. It adopted the same changes. So now those two have the same effects. So now if we turn off the show overlay, now that looks a bit better because we don't have those weird little bits that were taken out like before. So that's good. Now we still have that haze, and one choice would be go to the mountains and see if we can make it a little bit less. No, see, it's the mountains. It doesn't let me unfeather it. So it's going to have that edge there. We'll live with that. I'll live with that. If I like it, if I want to make it be less feathery, then I have to do it in Photoshop. That's the limit of what I have here. So yes, I see some questions. Rebecca?
Oh, God, every time I hit the mic, I go back to the Padlet. I was confused as to what would be the best way to handle because of the net and do you want that mask
Well,
out?
I was testing it since I didn't want to create very confusing brushes. I just left it whatever the computer decided, and it seems to be okay. Just see how behind the net it seems blue. I just didn't want to complicate it. My choice would be to add a brush over there too, and to see what we see through to be the same green, because otherwise it's like, where's that color coming from? But since there is a net, you could also consider that what's happening is that the net is distorting a bit what you see through it. But yeah, ideally, if I went to my brush, I might go and add a little bit more. So I take away these masked areas so that now in the background they're looking green and not blue. You see what I mean? So yeah, it's up to you to.
So that's more an artistic decision.
Well, depending on what you want it to look like. If you think that it through the net it should look the original blue, or if I think it should look green. I think that's a bit more transparent. Now it's looking like the mountains looked. Okay. I'm just bugged by this halo. This halo just distracts me to no end, and it just drives me. That's okay. That's the effect. That's the way this mask is set up, and that's what we can have. A mask that's subject mask would be much more exact. But
Mhm.
masks that are landscape masks tend to have big halos because the idea, and you'll see it when we do the sky, you can't change the sky and have it be really sharp because it looks like it's a cutout. So we're going to do that to the sky now. Instead, they are very gentle masks that overlap each other a little bit so that it looks more natural when it gets changed. You know what I mean?
And how do you make these decisions sometimes as to should you do it in RAW, should you do it in Photoshop?
Well, right now, I've taught you so many times how to do masks in Photoshop that I'm kind of showing you how to do them in RAW. The way I see it, you just kind of test and see which one gives you a good example. I mean, working on a photo many times is experience, and then you'll just know it'll be better, but you don't get the experience until you try it in both, right? So
Right.
you try it in one, you try it in the other, and you go, I think I prefer this one. Or you fix it in RAW, and then you go in and you make it a bit better in Photoshop, and you adopt both, right? You just kind of have to. Now this halo you wouldn't be able to fix in Photoshop. If this is what you leave, then this is what stays, right? So this is something that you either don't do here or you fix later, but you can't really get it much better than this. Okay, so
Wow.
that's our mountains mask. Let's create a new mask for the sky. Let me go ahead and go back to fit and screen because we want to work on the sky, and for that we want to see it. So we're going to create a new mask now. And this time we're going to say select sky. So here we have our sky selected. If we want to see it to see if it did a good job. See how, if you could really tell, it doesn't have a line that finishes the mountains, but it slowly bleeds in to the mountains. Can you see that? It's a very gentle bleed into the mountains, and that's because otherwise it would look really fake. So when you all have your mountains, your sky mask set to go, give me a yes, and then we'll work on the sky. And so when you first make it, you might not see it because we had turned off the overlay. So show the overlay again to see it, see whether you have a mask going. And if you do, then turn it off again. And now we're going to choose that sky sky, and I'm going to see, maybe I'm going to darken the exposure or lighten. No, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to color, and I'm going to, I don't have my vibrance here. Why don't I have the vibrance choice under color? That's interesting. There's there's saturation, but no vibrance. Anyway, I'm going to saturate it because see how I want some more color in that part of the sky? So I'm going to, this is how it came, and I'm going to saturate it. There's not much color to saturate there, but there is color in that part of the clouds to saturate. So I'm going to saturate. See, there's just no saturated and very saturated. See that? So it ends up giving me a bunch more color in the sky, but I didn't really want it to go so colorful in the top right. See how it's getting kind of weird? So I have to be careful how much I add it, but enough that I have a nice little glow going around the sky area, around the pink clouds, and that the pink in the clouds got saturated. So that's good. Now, do I want to change the color of my sky? You can change that around. I don't want that. So I'm going to double click. Oh, I think you can double click that one back, can you? Yikes. I'm going to have to zero that one back. So I'm going to go in here and zero and hit return. I don't necessarily want to change the color, but if I do and I change it, then over here, you'd have to put in a zero to return it, right? So you have to hit zero and hit return for it to go back to where it was. Finer adjustments gives you more minute changes. So you go in little teensy bits by little teensy bits. I don't want either or the other. I just want no change in the color. Do I want to make it a little bit yellower, a little bit bluer? So I can go over here and just make it a little bit bluer using the tint. Since it's only affecting the sky, that kind of works. Nothing else is going blue. But there's a problem. This is supposed to be sunset or sunrise, so the sky shouldn't be that blue. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. So back to color, I'm going to bring it back out to having less color. I might want to change the sky. I can change the sky in Photoshop, for example. But here all I can do is enhance it a teensy bit. And I just wanted to give it more saturation. That's really what I wanted. I think that we're going to work more of the sky in Photoshop. But maybe I can do point color. And I can zoom in like 400% to go, and this is the point color that we used last time. Maybe I can go with my eyedropper and click on this point color at 400%, not going to work. 200%. Point color, eyedropper. Click on the color that I'm trying to enhance, which are these pinkish clouds, and I can make them a little bit redder. You see what I'm doing? Let me go back to 100%. I'm not sure that's going to work because look, it gave me also this halo around the mountain. So I don't think that worked. Bring it back to where it was. Could look like that's a sky, but that looks kind of weird. So I was just going to, and I did this. This is the point color that we did last week. I was choosing it and I was making it look a bit more intense. So this is the point color tool that we practiced last week. I grabbed the eyedropper, pointed to a specific color, and then I enhanced it either with hue or saturation, or in this case, I just did it visually. I just dragged it to a brighter color. I could also have darkened it or lightened it. You got to be much more careful with that. Variance, I'm going to give it more color, more pink color to the background. So suddenly I've ended up with, this is the before and after, and I end up having a lot more like what looks like sun coming in from the side. It's a choice. I'm just trying to make things that you might like or better. I don't like that the edges of the mask are picking up that halo of pink. I really don't like that. Can I subtract that with a brush? Let me see. I don't know if I can. I don't think I can. This is why I'm saying the limits of masking with the limits of masking inside of Camera Raw. No, you can't. No, you can't. So that's the choice that you need to say, well, I do or don't like that, which in my case, I really don't like that. So I'm going to prefer to do that later in Photoshop. But for now, the idea is to show you what works and what doesn't work. And how to work with the mask. Okay. So that overlay there, that's going too far in, and that's where you can't make a choice. You can't change that mask, which is why, however wonderful these masking tools are in Lightroom, when you try to get detailed, then they kind of fail because you can't add or take away from it. I will show you in Photoshop how you can add or take away from a mask.
So did you zero out your point color? What did you
I
just?
zeroed it out. Yeah, I took it off. I just, oh, did I? No, I hadn't yet zeroed it out because that is still there. I will zero it out.
And how do we do that?
The problem with that is that I'm noticing
Sliders?
that the halo was already there, zeroed out or not. The halo was already there.
Yeah.
Made because of the mask. So even when if I make the color better, that's good, but that's still there. It's just even more intense because now I've intensified the color. But when I bring it down to zero, let me zero it all out, that was there. It was happening. And that's just because of, I believe, the mask. When I saturated, like if I zero everything out, I zero out the saturation.
Yeah, I have the same issue.
You have that there. So it's just a matter of the fact that the mask is leaving that halo there. And that's the part that I don't like about masking in Camera Raw as much, that those ranges where it's not accurate enough means that you can only make smaller adjustments. So I think I'm going to leave the,
It seems to be most noticeable on that particular mountain.
yeah, right there.
So maybe it could be light.
It could be truly that part is getting, because it could be real that light is hitting that area and the camera picked it up, but it's not realistic. like
Doesn't look good.
in that, it would be on the edges of the trees. It wouldn't cause this halo. Yeah, you wouldn't see. It's not like a cloud has exactly the mountain shape and then it goes around and hugs it like that. That's the part that's not realistic. There is such a thing as having a glow when the image, when the sun hits the back of a person and there's this glow around them. That exists, but that doesn't look like what's happening here. You know what I mean? This seems more like a fringing of the camera. We already saw that this camera who shot this had some fringing issues, and so maybe that's more of that. I don't know. But anyway, I showed you how to sub-select things with a masking. Now, this mask is amazing. One of the things it does is, and again, we have this in Photoshop too, but one of these things it does is let me create a new mask. And let's say that we say select people, just to show you the possibilities of this mask. Let me go back to 100%. I'm going to say create a new mask, and I'm going to say select people. Not that we need to mask in for anything, but once it selects a person, then it allows you to choose what part of the person do you want to change. You might want to do only the facial skin or the body skin, or just the eyebrows, or just the iris or the pupils or the teeth or whatever. So like maybe you need to, you know, brighten the teeth. Someone has very yellow teeth and you want to make them brighter, very American thing. You could just say teeth. Right? So you've created a little mask just on the teeth, and now this is going to be ridiculous. But you can go in here and you can just make the teeth much brighter, right? Like in this case, what you need to do actually for teeth is to bring down the saturation. Now, which one was it? That was a good one. Bring down the saturation and elevate the white or something like that. One of those two used to. And then he looks like he's got the perfect American teeth.
It's a toothpaste ad.
What's that?
A toothpaste ad.
Dad, yeah. So it doesn't make sense here.
Except the mask left that one tooth.
What's that?
See
Well, that one tooth we need to address. And again, that's the one tooth that we can address, but in Photoshop, because we don't have enough masking tools to just change that one. Now there is another set of, and I'm going to just show you one more thing in this image that we can do. First of all, let's do a screenshot of the masking. And I'm going to get rid of this tooth one because I did. I'm going to delete the person one teeth. Right, there we go. And now let's do a screenshot of these masks before we go much further, because class is almost over. I mean, actually, if you need to leave at 12:45, class is over. I said I'd go a few more minutes in, so I'm going to show you one more quick thing. But if you have to leave, please leave. Let's head over here and do our screenshot for masking in Camera Raw. Adobe Camera Raw. For perfect accuracy, where you can add and take away from a mask to your heart's content, you need to do your masking in Photoshop. That said, we took away some of that hazy blue from the mountains and saturated the sky a bit, but we got that pink halo over the mountain, which we can't fix in ACR. What did I do? In ACR. Okay. All right, back to Photoshop for a second. The one thing that we haven't done yet, I wanted to show you how to fix that kind of halo vignette thing that's in the sky. So let me show you how to fix that vignette. So let's leave the masking area and let's go to the other tool here. Oh, Photoshop. right above masking, there's this tool, which is the remove tool. Again, you can do much more accurate removing in Photoshop than you can in Camera Raw, but it's getting much better in Camera. The last version of Camera Raw has really good removal tools. And I know I'm going over, so let me just do this really quickly. And basically, you can either choose generative AI or not. This is the remove tool. You could be in heal or in spotlight. You should be in remove. And just really quickly, I'm going to show you, you can make your spot bigger or smaller this way, or you can do again the buttons that I showed you already. And if you want to see an overlay of what you're doing. Anyway, so right now what I want to do is I want to select this area, and let's see, maybe a little more, and let's see. When I say remove, and this is generated by AI, so I'm not sure what it's going to choose to do. Maybe it'll put a bush in there, or maybe it'll figure out I want sky. I'm going to go ahead now and say remove.
And where was that?
And I
This
don't like what it did.
was the selection that got you there?
So I went to the little eraser that's above the masking
Oh, the
tool.
eraser. Okay, thank you.
Chose the eraser. I had used generative AI on, and I just selected that area. And I said go, and this is what I got. A bright blue sky that doesn't match the sky that I have. And then, but when it's generative AI, it gives me 3 options. So I'm going to go 1 of 3. So I'm going to run through my 3. 1 of 3. The second one, a bit better. And the third one, it's a little bit less pronounced. And also I can bring it down. So now I like that. So this is the full effect that looks really intense. But if I bring it down, then it's given me some opacity. So I'm actually not disliking it now. It doesn't look like that weird black line that it used to have. And it's a bit more in line with this color. I think what's happening is that it's not picking up on the color corrections that we did, and it's giving me the old color. Maybe I just want to try the regular remove, not the generative remove. So let me just go over here and say, well, let me just try regular remove. So it's recalculating it. No, the regular remove doesn't look good either. It made it pinkish. So I think I prefer the generative remove. Either way, I think the generative remove, but brought down a bit. At least it's less noticeable than before that we had a black thing. Plan B is to use these other tools where I can choose what to put in there. So for now and for today, we'll leave it at that. And if once I teach you the other tools, we can go back and do a better job of getting rid of that. See, this is the before, where it was black, and that looked really weird. Now it seeps in as blue, and at least it's less noticeable. I still don't like it, but this could look like a vignette. This could look like a real vignette where you're just darkening the edges a bit versus this one that truly looks like a mistake, okay, from the lens. And my eyes might not be so drawn to it right now that at least that it's blue. I don't know. It's a choice. I'm torn. I don't like that.
Should we back arrow and lose it?
I like it better than before, so I'm going to leave it. But remember, these are all non-destructive, so I can choose later to come back and replace it with something else, or to use these other 2 tools and see if I get a better result with these tools, which I think I would. But for now, since the time of class is over and I've held you over, I'll keep explaining and answering questions, but I want to make sure that people get to this point. If you got to this point and you want to see your total before and after, then here we go. I think that for the most part, I'm happier. I don't like see that halo that was on the mountain. It's not there. We created it. See that? Even though it's possible that we made it, it's something that was in the photo already. See how it's that fringe that was already there that was kind of bluish. This is the original photo, but the feathering and the mask that we did made it worse. You see what I mean? So the mountain looks much better. but that edge of the sky looks much worse. Got it? The before and after. I love the mountain. Look at that. From what we had to this looks like a mountain with green bushes, but that doesn't work. So later I would probably take off the sky mask and I would work with this mask just in Photoshop because I don't like what it did. Okay. As far as choices that I would be making right now. How do we take, so that I'm going to go ahead and do that. How do we take that sky mask off? You just go to this mask one was the sky mask. And I can just say, yeah, I really don't like what happened there. I'm going to just delete sky one. I could also choose to, can I just disable it permanently? No. If it's there, it's there. You can't just turn the eyeball off like we do in Photoshop. Yeah, you can. I'll leave the mask on, but I'll turn it off. And I'm finding that this wasn't so much an issue. Ah, that's interesting. I turned the sky mask off. It wasn't a sky mask issue. It was in the mountains. It did that. The mountains mask did that. If I turn that one off, it was all the changes I did to the mountain. So in fact, what I need to do is see if I can subtract that effect from the mountains mask. Let me know. I'm curious. Can I do that? Yeah, looks like I'll be able to do that. I need to do a subtract. Is this a subtract brush? Subtract brush. Yeah, I just need a much smaller brush. So subtract brush. Let's make it an even smaller brush and much less feathered. Now I'm going to every time I do undo, it disappears.
Oh, I have to go. I have them.
Yeah. It's okay. I'm just
Thank you.
playing around with this little bit to see if I can take it away from here. But it's just with our mouse, it's not accurate enough.
Have a good week.
So this is something, have a good week. This is something we'll do in Photoshop because this is just not working as well. So if you need to go, guys, go. I'm going to try to jiggle with this a little bit more. Then you can just watch the last 5 minutes of the recording if you need to. But I'm basically trying to, I discovered it wasn't the sky mask that gave me that halo. It was the mountain mask that I do like that gave me the halo. So I'm going to the edge of this mountain mask. I'm trying to subtract a piece of it with a brush.
Could you leave this as is and then alter it in Photoshop?
Yes and no. Something like a halo is going to be very hard to fix no matter where. So I'm trying to fix it here, and I think
Because of all the trees that are growing up there? That's pretty good.
so there. I kind of managed, I think, to get rid of most of that. And I'm going to get rid of it from here too. So I had to change my brush.
What about using the hair one?
No, because in Photoshop you can, but here you can't. If you tell it hair, it'll just go to the guy's hair if he has any.
Oh, so it won't just
It
do
won't
fringy.
do fringes. This is the mountain one. So I kind of took away with my brush the effect on the mountain. And so now when I turn on the sky mask again, that fringe is gone. Look at that. So now I can adjust the color point of that sky, and it didn't create that halo. It still has a few little spots there, and I'm going to go back to the mountains one, to the brush, and I'm going to keep taking little bits of it away. So it's doable, but it's, yeah, it would have been less work probably in Photoshop. But on the other hand, this is not bad. I don't like that one little circle that I did there, but I'm going to have to do a brush to add to get that back in. Brush one is subtract. taking those little tiny bits away. Ah, didn't mean to do that.
And then I just hit done to save the changes we've made so far.
Yeah. So
Okay.
now I think I've managed to fix a lot of that halo that I didn't like. Oh. So now I don't have that halo anymore. And I went really bright on those because I was exaggerating. So let me go back to the sky mask color point. And now I can go down to a more normal color without having that halo. So there you go. Fixed it by masking the mountains. Mask is the one that had added the halo, not the sky one. And that's the one that had gotten that weird stuff. So I would have to go in there and take it away from there. So there you go. We added a brush, a minus brush or an add brush to take away, add or take away from the original mountains mask that the sky made for me. I added a subtract brush and I took away the little bits and pieces. If I show the overlay of that brush, see, that's what I did with that brush. I just worked on the edges that I didn't like. That's what I did with that brush. I'm going to stop showing the overlay and I'm going to enjoy the end of results.
You have never worked on one photo for the whole class.
Oh, I have now and then.
Well,
This
not that I've been.
photo is a good one that it gives
I
us.
have to watch the whole video because I couldn't find the photo.
I haven't worked on this photo for a while because it's so good, but I can't keep bringing it up each time because people have, they've seen it before. But once enough
Right.
years have gone by, I've got a cycle of new people. But some photos have more to fix. On the other hand, there's things on this photo we didn't do that we've done with other images, right? So this one is so off in color to start with and so rewarding. A lot of the times your photos are not so rewarding to fix because the fixes are smaller and it's like I spent all day on a photo and all I did is this. But it's the same tools, but this one is rewarding because you go from something that's really off to something that's really good. And so it's a rewarding image. But in the end, the same tools you would apply to another image and you would make more minute changes, but the tools would be the same. You just wouldn't be so rewarding to look at the before and after.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
All right, so
This class is shorter than normal, isn't it?
wait, did I not bring, hold on. It should be the same amount of hours, but it does
Oh, okay.
feel like it's a bit shorter. In the summer, they get compressed. So, okay, so now I put the last one in here. Okay, and so you guys for the homework is do more. Do more working on raw photos, okay?
Thank you, Diana.
Thank you. Sorry that I kept you.
No, that's okay. I mean, I got into the pictures. It looks beautiful. I did like a 3D-dimensional picture, which is good.
Go ahead and post it. So
I did.
Oh, where is it?
Um,
Let me see. Colette, Moni. Let me refresh. Did you just post it? Is it lower down?
no, I did post it.
Patricia, let me open yours. Oh, look at that. Okay.
You like it, Diana?
I bring up the mountains. I still don't like the edge. This one you don't have the sky edge fixed. So see how much more it got enhanced. I'm not sharing, but the
Okay.
rest I do like. So let me show you guys what. So this is the picture that Patricia posted. This is what I mean. This takes me away. This makes me look like it's a piece of paper. But other than that, if I cover that with my eyes, right?
But that's a vignette. Vignette.
It's not a vignette. No, it's
Oh, it's not? Okay.
a strap or something else that fell in front of the camera. It looks weird. It takes me away. It looks like it's not, it looks like a photo instead of, if I take that away, I'm looking at an image that I could be looking at.
Okay.
Put your hand over it and cover that, and it looks much better. When you put that in, suddenly it looks like it's a picture. You know what I mean? Anyway,
Yes. I
uh,
will continue working on it. Let's
fix
see
that.
what I
But
can
that,
do.
but
Thank
other
you.
than that, yeah, you guys, things are looking really cool. All right.
Have a nice weekend.
Bye, guys. Thanks for staying a little bit longer. Sorry to have kept you there, but
Pues, eso que no le gustó.
have fun. Do this stuff on your own, okay?
Pues, sí.
On your own.
Thank you.
Hannah.
Bye.
Voy a borrar el otro.
And you don't need to have it be a raw photo. Open any photo that you have that's looking really bad, and see how much you can fix it. You know, right click, open in Camera Raw if it's a JPEG, and just work with it and see how much can be done to it. Okay? All right. Bye.
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 Bye.